There we go. I'm going to call this meeting to order. It's a regular meeting of the City Council of Fort Walton Beach on Tuesday, January 14th, 2025. If you have a cell phone, if you'd please turn it off or put it on vibrate, I really appreciate that. And I'd like to start off the evening with an invocation by Dr. Roger Pedro, friend of mine, pastor of First Christian Church. If you please stand and then remain standing with the Pledge of Allegiance. Dr. Pedro.
Loving God, we pause and give thanks for your grace in our lives, especially in our community and area. We thank you for the environment in which we live, and I pray that as these men and women meet tonight, that you would provide your wisdom and discernment as they discuss matters and look at the best alternatives from many or from just one, perhaps, that they would work together and do what is best. Thank you for your loving grace every day in which we live, and we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. I don't think there's any changes to the agenda. If we get a motion to approve it, please.
Mayor, I'll move to approve the agenda as it's been presented.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Allegretto and seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve the agenda as presented. Any further comment?
No, sir. Welcome back.
Thank you. Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously. Thank you, Council. That brings me to item 5, which is recognitions, and I'm coming down on the floor to do this one personally. Mr. Peters, would you come down on the floor with me? Well, Jeff, it's been 20 great years that you served this city, and here is a certificate of recognition and appreciation, along with a 20-year medallion.
Thank you very much.
And thank you so much for the 20 years you've given to this city. You've given 20 great years. Thank you very much, and I'm going to give you the mic.
Wow. It's been a really good run. I came here in 2000, early, like mid-2000s, and we've done a lot of things, worked with a lot of great people. What a great community that we live in. Everybody's proud of the things that we do, and you know, I always had a goal to leave the place in better shape than when I got here, and I hope that I've done that. You know, accepting this 20-year pin, it's amazing how fast it goes by. I tell somebody, John Mead and I we talk all the time about, man, your kids are going to grow up, you blink and they're getting married. My son's out here, he's getting married next month, and I coached the T-ball team when I first got here, so it goes by quick. Thank you all for everything.
Chief Bay, I think you have something as well.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. I believe Kim has my... Thank you. So the first one I'd like to call is Chantel Hunt. So Chantel is wearing the Fort Walton Beach 365 sporty sweater, but no, Chantel, we need the 365. Because if anybody's a 365 employee, it is Chantel Hunt. Chantel Hunt has been with the City of Fort Walton Beach for just over 30 years. Last council meeting, she got her 30-year coin, and now we're giving her a retirement plaque from the police department. Chantel started in dispatch, and I believe Maureen is here. I think Maureen and Chantel switched positions at some point in her career. Yeah, so Chantel started in communications. She was a reserve officer. records clerk and now retires as our records supervisor. She was there for the transition from the uniform crime reporting to fibers and IBERs, which is a much more robust reporting system, and would have caused most people to pull out their hair. But you can see Chantel still managed to have all her hair. And she's always had that great smile no matter how bad things got. But the biggest thing Chantel has done for not just the police department, but for the community as a whole, for the city of Fort Walton Beach, is that she is the first to volunteer for any event. For any event that the city has or the police department has, Chantel and Maureen are both the first two to step up and volunteer. And it's something that we asked Chantel if she would continue to do with us, and she committed to continuing to volunteer for any city event. So that's really what I wanted to recognize to her as her commitment to the community and everything she's done to make Fort Walton Beach a greater place. So thank you, Chantel, for your 30 years of service. Thank you. And then we were going to present what the Tony career, but we're going to ask him to come to the next council meeting. He's done 27 years as a reserve officer. And the final recognition we want to provide and unfortunately he could not be here because, and I wanted to do this publicly, there was a story that came out last month. It happened on December 12th, where an airman that was on temporary duty down here was walking through a hotel lobby, and he noticed something suspicious with the clerk and the gentleman that was inside the hotel. And we always tell people if they see something, say something. Well, he saw something, he did say something. He immediately got on his cell phone, called 911, provided a description of the male that was dealing with the clerk, and it turned out he was committing an armed robbery. He was trying to be very discreet about it, but the gentleman was actually committing an armed robbery because of the description that the airman gave to us, and it was Tech Sergeant Shoemaker that was able to do it for us. We were able to stop the gentleman in the parking lot and arrest the gentleman for armed robbery. And I use gentleman very loosely. We were able to stop the criminal for the armed robbery. And it just goes to show that there are people that do the right thing. And he saw something, he said something, and then we did something. So we wanted to publicly recognize him, and we'll be sending his plaque to his command. So we just wanted to bring that up.
Chief, can I ask you to do one more thing?
Yes.
I think you have a new four-legged employee. Could you introduce him to us, please?
Yes. So we have Milo, which is our mental health and wellness dog. Milo was something that we've seen other agencies in the nation starting to develop a best practice. And we wanted to say, why not us? Sergeant Woolen was there at the supervisor's meeting. We kind of thrown it out for a brainstorming session. Generally, things take months or years to accomplish, but I can tell you within probably 4 to 6 weeks. Sergeant Woolen made numerous phone calls, researched best practice policies, called different dog breeders, and we were able to find a breeder that in every litter they donate one of their Aussie Doodles to a nonprofit. So they donated this one to the police department through the assistance of, who was the canine trainer on Navy?
BTS Canine.
BTS Canine, Tractor Supply, Pet Supermarket, and some other local vendors. We were able to get the dog, get supplies for the dog, and now get training for the dog. And we believe this will be a great asset to the community. We're going to use it in any type of traumatic event that goes on. The dog will be trained to the same level that hospital wellness dogs are trained. So we also would like to partner with the local hospital, local schools, businesses. I can tell you that it has changed attitudes within the police department and within City Hall currently. When you bring the dog around, it is definitely a door opener and then allows us to speak to people in a more calm manner and try to help with their experience a traumatic event or just in a community outreach event. And we really look to the great addition of Milo. I don't know, Mark, if you want to say anything.
No, I mean, I'm very happy with how fast the process went. We got it within probably a month and a half. The program is up and running. And I look forward to seeing how it goes.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all your support.
All right. Thank you very much. All right, that brings us to the consent agenda. If I may get a motion, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to pull one item from the consent agenda before we vote to approve that.
which item is that?
That item 6.4.
And you want to put that for discussion later on?
Yes, sir. You can just move it down that action direction discussion. Just want to pull it just because of the cost and just some of the intricacies with that request. So.
All right. So can we get a motion on the consent agenda, items 6.1, 6.2, 6.3?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Schmidt, seconded by Councilman Meade to approve the consent agenda, items 6.1, 6.2, and 6.3. Further discussion? Council, please vote. And it does pass unanimously. That'll bring us to mayor and council comments, and we'll start out with Mr. Walker.
I'll save mine till then.
All right, sir. Mr. Allegretto.
Same, sir, thank you.
All right. Mr. Berry.
I'll save mine till later.
Bryce.
Ditto.
Okay. Mr. Meade.
We've got a lot of business, I'll save mine till the end.
Okay. Mr. Schmidt.
We'll discuss that business at the council comments.
Okay. And Travis.
I'll make it 100%, I'll be wrong with everybody else.
Okay. Well, I'm with you as well. That brings us to public comments. This is for things that are not on the agenda. You can come forward, limit your time to 5 minutes, please. And I would like to start out with Mr. Barry Gray. He's already asked to be there, and Barry, you can start us off.
Good evening, I'm Barry Gray, the owner of UNM Development. I'm doing a project in the city of Fort Walton at 105 Carson Drive. I'm just coming here tonight to give you guys an update. Everything is in line. That project, when I hired Scott, James Engineering, several years ago when we started the project. So everything is in line to be developed. And at the time, all the contractors that we're going to be using on that project are 100% locally owned businesses. But Scott can explain the project to you a little better than I can.
Thank you. I'm Scott Jenkins with Jenkins Engineering. We are working with Mr. Berry on the project. It's at 105 Carson. It's an affordable housing project, obviously, as you guys know. It's going to be 3 units that'll be attached on the property. We've pre-apped with the city and gone through those processes. We have surveys and geotech already done. It's preliminary civil design. And we're really just waiting on the architectural plans right now, which we expect to have any time now. And then we'll really get the project completed, I would guess, in the next couple of months, and we'll start seeing some construction happening out there. So just wanted to give you guys an update, let you know that we're working on it and it's moving forward.
I know, Mr. Gray, you sent the renderings to each of us via email.
Yes, sir.
Great looking project. Thank you for sending those.
Yeah, the project does look nice. When do you think you'll get those designs back?
From the architect?
Yes, sir.
They're working on it now. I'm hoping that Levi can have us something within the next couple of weeks.
Okay, good deal.
As soon as we get those in, then we've got our plan pretty much set up just to insert them, so it should be a pretty quick process after that.
It's going to be a good project, and it's definitely going to improve the blightiness in that area. So thank you for investing in this project.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gray. Thank you. Anyone else? Time for public comments, anything that's not on the agenda. All right, seeing none, we're going to go to item 8, ordinances on first reading. Item 9.1, 2167, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 9, offenses. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2167, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, creating Section 9.13 of the Code of Ordinances titled Control of Access to City Facilities, Facility Rules, Trespass Warnings, and Criminal Penalties. Creating Section 9.14 of the Code of Ordinances titled Appeal of Trespass Warnings, creating Section 9.15 of the Code of Ordinances titled Duration of Trespass Warnings issued for violations of city ordinance, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is first reading.
All right, thank you. Chief Bay.
Mayor, council, members of the public, good evening. This ordinance has probably been in the works for about 18 months to 2 years. When our new city attorneys came on board, Jeff Burns and myself have extensively worked on this ordinance. To give you a little bit of background on this, you may have seen issues where people go to various cities or county offices and they try to create disturbances for nothing more than filming the disturbance, YouTube hits, or other types of issues that really disrupt the orderly flow of work, employment, and people come to the city to do city business. So this ordinance has 3 sections to it, and to give you a little bit of background on it, the city council can lawfully designate areas for public access within city facilities. The city maintains a safe and orderly environment on city facilities in which business is conducted. The city can seek to discourage and prevent behaviors at city facilities which interfere with city operations. The city has a compelling interest to ensure city staff and visitors have minimal obstructions to access to city facilities while balancing safety and security needs. The city council should desire an environment that is safe, where city employees can perform their jobs at city facilities without being interfered and fear of being video or audio recorded by members of the public without their consent. So the ordinance is broken into 3 sections, and as you can see, Mr. Burns wrote an extensive 3 pages as whereas, so it really shows the justification for the ordinance. And he points out 2 court cases in particular, one from Punta Gorda, where a lot of this had started in South Florida, has made its way up to North Florida, both with the obstruction to the workforce and then with the remedies to try and mitigate some of the obstructions. So everything in this ordinance is mirrored pretty much from the Punta Gorda ordinance, which has already withstand judicial scrutiny, and also from a court case in St. Petersburg, where it talks about what is required for a trespass warning, how trespass warnings have to be basically appealed, and the process for a trespass warning. So the first part of the ordinance, where it will talk about a public forum, a limited public forum, and a non-public forum. A public forum is what we are in right now, the city council meeting, so this is a public forum. Somebody can come in here and record, somebody could come in here and express their First Amendment rights. A limited public forum would be the lobby outside of HR, where if somebody is there to conduct official public business, they can enter the lobby. A non-public forum would be a workspace. It'd be back where your accountants sit, or IT sit, a space where you should be invited or brought back to where city employees are. The ordinance authorizes the city manager to establish what is a public forum, a limited public forum, a non-public forum, and to establish basically what we have right now with the key cards, access control, or other mechanisms to divide the 3 different areas. The city council chambers during a publicly noticed city council meeting would be a public forum. If there is not a noticed city public meeting in here, this would then be a limited forum where somebody could not just come off the street and start an encampment in your city council chambers. There are cities where some of that is in the gray area, and a lot of this ordinance is to remove any ambiguity or grayness that may be there. A lot of the cities, and our HR director and risk management director has sent out stuff where cities get into trouble where they either overstep bounds or there's ambiguity into what they can and what they cannot do. This spells out very clearly what can be done and what cannot be done. There is a little nuance in here for law enforcement activities. Law enforcement can film anywhere as part of their body cameras, and if law enforcement is taking law enforcement action, any citizen can then film law enforcement and the actions that law enforcement is taking. So law enforcement actions would be somewhat exempted from the ordinance. So the first part really talks about the designation of areas and what can be done in the areas. The second part of the ordinance goes into the filming, and it basically, in a limited public forum or in a non-public forum, you would have to have consent from the people that are there. So if you went back into accounting, if the accountant said that you could film or audio record them, then you could audio record them. If they do not provide consent, then a representative of the city, such as a city manager or a law enforcement officer, could instruct the person that they're in violation of the city ordinance and then issue a trespass warning. If they do not leave, then they could be arrested for trespass after warning. The final part of the ordinance, and actually that part also, if you're flipping through the pages, outlines the facility rules. These rules have all been tested, and these rules have withstood legal scrutiny. So if you see the rules in 91303, these are rules that have gone through the court proceedings in other municipalities. The final portion of the ordinance, and this applies to everything, because in the beginning of the ordinance, we had exempt from the public forum, non-public forum sections, other places that have trespass warnings. In your recreational section of the code, you have how trespass warnings are given at the rec center. In the quality of life ordinance, we made some adjustments to trespassing in parks. But the appeal process applies to everything. So 914 of the ordinance applies to everything in totality. And once a trespass warning is issued for somebody that is causing a disturbance or for violation of city rules, if somebody wishes to appeal the trespass warning, they either come to the police department and submit their appeal in writing, or they submit their appeal to the city clerk. The city clerk then transmits that, and it gets put on a special magistrate calendar. The special magistrate has between 7 and 45 days to hear the appeal. If there is no special magistrate for some reason, then it defaults to the city council, would then have would listen to the appeal. The special magistrate, once they rule on the appeal for the trespass warning, is considered final agency action. So any additional appeals would have to be taken to the court. There would be no other remedies at the city level for a trespass warning if the special magistrate affirms the trespass warning. All trespass warnings would be in effect for a 1-year period. The only exemption to that would be if they were to come here for a city council meeting or some other prearranged city function. But in general, it would have a 1-year trespass warning. If you look at trespass warnings across the state, they range from about a 6-month duration to about a 3-year duration. The 3-year ones are mostly at college campuses that give trespass warnings for 3 years. So that 1-year mark is well within the means of trespass warnings. So if there's any questions about the ordinance, I'd be happy to take them at this point.
All right, thank you, sir. Questions for Chief Page from council? Mr. Walker.
Thank you, Chief. Just looking at definitions, city facilities is, I guess, that's kind of where I would start. And understanding what what the intent of this is. And, I was listening to you explain, and I'll go over here into the public section, whether it's to pay the water bill or get my water turned on or any of that. There's a public access there. You go in there in the window, and on the side of it, there's a door that goes back to the work area.
Correct.
I mean, I've never imagined that someone from the public would come in and say, hey, I want to go back there. And that's a work area, you can't go back there. Are you saying that prior to this ordinance that they had a right to go back there?
Not that they had a right to go back there, but when I talked about the ambiguity, there are people that will test cities and counties and will go until they reach a locked door, they reach a sign that says no trespassing, they'll continue to work their way through a building. And a lot of them will also try to film or start a disturbance with a city employee or something else. It's happened in Walton County. We've had a few people show up here. Our city staff has always handled them very well. And the configuration of City Hall makes it difficult for some of that to go on. This just really prescribes what we can and cannot do and gets everybody on a level playing field. So we can put up some signage, which is required by ordinance. We can train our employees to what is now permissible and what is allowed. And it really gives guidance to the employees on what can be done and what cannot be done, but also gives guidance to people coming to City Hall, what is acceptable and not acceptable, and puts it down and codifies it versus shooting from the hip.
Gotcha, thank you. And then, in City Hall, that's kind of one thing I was envisioning over there, so that kind of makes sense. If we need to firm up, by signs and whatnot. The next, I was in city facilities again, and again, if I'm applying it right, city council chambers city council chambers, but then also recreation centers, museums, senior center, and we're talking about audio and video. So, my son played basketball at the rec center, and I have to believe I had my phone out a number of times recording. Would one, if this were to come into play right now, with that being a city facility, rec center, museum, rec center, for example, do the parents have to, would they legally, now I know they may not be pursued, but would they legally, if this ordinance passed, be required to get consent to record?
The city manager can authorize what areas this would apply to. So in the ordinance, it gives the city manager authorization to designate which areas. So at the rec center, in your example, that can be authorized, recordings allowed. Now, you have offices at the rec center, so those could be designated as a limited public forum, and that would stop somebody from walking from the basketball where you spoke about to Tiffany's office, and now recording inside Tiffany's office if Tiffany didn't consent to the recording or the city manager authorized recording to be done in Tiffany's office. So it comes to the designation of the place. So if you had somewhere like the rec center, possibly the museum, if you wanted somebody to come in there and take pictures in the museum, it's all designation by the city manager to what areas are allowed.
Thank you, and that kind of leads to what was maybe going to be my last question, but there in the space in between, talking about Tiffany's office, if a citizen has a, concern, whether it's with other members, public there or with staff there, and they're going to enter, they speak with Tiffany or whoever says, yes, you can go see Tiffany. I feel as though it's the citizen's right to take in there with them a camera, a recording device. Now, putting her on notice, of course, hey, Tiffany, I want you to know I'm recording you here as we go because I want this to be, I've filed my complaint, I've notified you, and this will be further evidence of that. And if Tiffany says, no, you can't do it, she's kind of lost, that citizen, he or she has, in my opinion, maybe lost their First Amendment rights and or, to have some documentation of the communications that went on. So it's a little concerning to me. Not that I need to solve it tonight, but if a concerned citizen shows up, get permission. It's different than not getting permission. You don't have an appointment, you can't see Tiffany. That's one thing. Yes, you have an appointment with Tiffany, and when you walk in, you say, Tiffany, I want you to know I'm recording you during this conversation about the problem I've notified you of, whatever that may be, and I've got my device here, so let's meet. And Tiffany said, I don't consent to be recorded. That's a little problematic for me. And then what I was going to say was kind of my last, what's going to probably will be, but just reading it, it seems as though that, putting an ordinance in place and then putting it in the city manager's hand, who today is Jeff, but in a couple of weeks it'll be some other manager. Seems like it's putting a lot of, responsibility, control, authority in the city manager position when I think it probably should be ours. It's not to say that staff, city manager can't promulgate, these things and bring it back to us for approval, but when it's affecting the citizens, I think that we should be the ones approving, authorizing said restrictions. Yep, that's a good sign, that's a good policy or whatever else, but to leave it in the manager's hands a little concerning, whether it's any manager is my concern.
And I think the reason it's there is that it's an operational decision versus more of a policy type decision. So from the other one, like I said, Punta Gorda was the model for this, and Punta Gorda has gone through judicial review, and that's where they had it in their ordinance. Not saying it's wrong or right, it's just that we copied a best practice from somewhere else.
Thank you, sir.
It does almost feel like law, and law is, and ordinances is our business, whereas the operations of do's and don'ts seems to be in the administration of it, but thank you.
Any other questions from council for Chief Page? Anyone from the public wish to comment on this? Seeing none, council, may we get a motion?
Mayor, move for approval of ordinance 2167.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Alvarado and seconded by Councilman Teeter to approve ordinance 2167, amending the Code of City Ordinances, Chapter 9, offenses. Further comment?
Just appreciate you, Chief Page, and Ms. Cotton, Mr. Burns, who's not here tonight, putting in 18 months to 2 years of work. Hopefully this is something that we will not need to often enforce or ever enforce, but I certainly understand the need to have it on the books, so thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Teeter?
Yeah, I would agree. This is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, so thanks for being ahead of it before it became a problem.
Thank you. Council, please vote. Yes, go ahead, I'm sorry.
I'm not going to support it, not because I don't think it's a good idea. I think that without knowing the policy coming behind it, it's hard for me to support it, listing basically all the parking lots, the open air golf course spaces. Like, without knowing the policy of how it's going to be enforced, I don't know that I can approve the ordinance, because I don't know that it's how it could potentially be used against our citizens one way or another. If it's just being put in here to, deflect these First Amendment people, I've seen a couple of those videos. I mean, it seems like if we trained our staff properly, they would be, a problem for maybe an hour or two, and then they would kind of go away. If that's the sole reason in doing this. But with being parking lots, golf courses, clubhouses, like stuff where general, normal, everyday citizens go, and without the policy backing up of how we're going to enforce that, I don't know how I can support this. But I do think it's a good idea. I would just like to see the policy of how it's going to be enforced.
Thank you, sir.
Sir?
After Mr.
Yeah. I have concerns also at the recreation center, the ball games, the golf courses. People are always pulling out, we used to have cameras, but now we're using our cell phones to take pictures. I need more clarification on that, and because there might be someone in the background that didn't want their picture taken or what. So I need more clarification on the ordinance.
Mr. Meade?
Years ago, I don't know if epidemic is a good word, it's not, but there was a lot of municipalities in the state where someone would walk in the front door and say, I want to see that piece of paper there. They were trying to trick the municipality into saying, no, that's got customers, confidential information. They wouldn't give it to them, and they would go sue the city, and the city would compromise. So I can see that, and I can see the shift up here in what we're trying to do. I like the concept of it. I appreciate all the hard work, but maybe to everyone's point, maybe if we could ask for this to be narrowed and be brought back to us, maybe even next meeting, if it's maps of City Hall, if it's, of course, we don't want the whole golf course to be subject to these regulations, but maybe if there are offices within the golf course that we're trying to protect, within the recreation facility, there's definitely facilities where we're taking care of children, where we don't want people going into, and offices that they shouldn't be allowed to do this. So, I do like the ordinance, and I would like to see it move forward. But maybe if we could ask that it be brought back with a little more focus, maybe as simple as drawings. What offices are limited, and is it Mr. Smith and Mr. Walker, what y'all are kind of referring to?
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see a policy how it's going to be enforced, because I don't want to make, criminals out of our citizens for things that they're unaware of, being out in an open air golf course or being at the rec facility. That's I don't think that that's our intent either. Yeah. So I just want to make sure that if we do go forward with this, that everything's outlined and everybody knows what the rules are moving forward, and we can all agree with them, because just a broad stroke of the city manager, that could change one way or another. I don't know. I just don't feel comfortable about that.
Thank you for asking, and Travis did a great job of articulating it as well. I kind of chuckled because I like the idea, the concepts. I didn't know people were trying to go back in there and record in workspace and that. So, like Travis, this ordinance is going to require the city manager to develop the framework of which things will be off limits, on limits, cans and can'ts. And so I kind of chuckle because it's kind of like pass it to find out what's in it. And what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying, is I'd like to know what's in it before I pass it. So I won't be supporting it for those reasons.
So maybe we would.
I'd love to see it come back.
Ordinance with more detail.
I'd love to see it come back with the framework behind it, so we could know what we're actually approving in the community for limitations on citizens, right? Or that's a good limitation on that one. So yeah, bring it back with that framework behind it would help me for sure.
Procedural question, Ms. Cobb. If it were to pass at the second reading, can we still, to Mr. Meade's kind of suggestion, could we still narrow down some of those, how this will be carried out without, could it make it to a second reading without having to completely change and come back to a first reading? Like,
Depending on what we change, but I'm listening to the comments, I think there's two ways we could address it. We could either revise the ordinance and bring it back for another first reading, or we could bring it as is for second reading with a policy from the city manager that addresses the issues raised tonight. Or we could make minor modifications that don't require re-advertising. So I think it depends on which direction you all want to go.
Because I think I hear the suggestions are very valid of us. I think the intentions of everyone up here, even the ones who do have some good questions and some concerns, that we want to kind of narrow it down without slowing down the pace of the good intentions of this ordinance, which they have. So I guess that was kind of the question. Can we keep this going to the second reading and make some of these changes to kind of narrow down how we're going to be carrying this out in the second reading without slowing down the pace?
We could, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Any further questions from council? Council, please vote.
And that was, we could make those changes if
We
we
can.
approve it tonight.
Yes, and we will.
And it does pass 5-2. Thank you, council. And
With the understanding that you all do want the changes, so.
When it comes back, we'll come back with changes. Okay. Thank you. That'll bring us to item 9.2, 2175, ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, section 2.09.03, police officers retirement fund. Ms. Cobb.
This is ordinance 2175, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the City of Fort Walton Beach Police Officers Retirement Fund, amending section 2.09.03 pertaining to benefit amounts and eligibility, amending the section pertaining to pre-retirement death, amending the section pertaining to optional forms of benefits, amending the section pertaining to minimum distribution of benefits, repealing all ordinances in conflict herewith, and providing an effective date. This is first reading.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor.
Good evening.
Council. Brandon Chapin, Police Department. Before you is a amendment to our Code of Ordinances for the Police Officers Retirement Fund. This amendment will change the minimum distribution age from 70 and a half to 73 years old, which will bring the ordinance into compliance with the current IRS code. This allows us to maintain the plan's tax status, and this is a result of the congressional passing of the Secure Act 2.0, which passed in 2022.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Chapman from council? Anyone from the public wishes to talk about this? All right. Seeing none, council, may I get motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2175 to amend section 2.0903 of the Code of Ordinances for the Fort Walton Beach Police Officer Pension Fund.
Second.
And moved by Councilman Jeter, seconded by Councilman Meade to approve 2175, an ordinance amending the Code of Ordinances, section 2.0903, Police Officers Retirement Fund. Further comment?
Yes, sir.
Comment? Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously. Thank you, council. That'll bring us to item 10, ordinances on second reading. 10.1, 2170, ordinance for annexation of 627 Country Club Avenue. This is quasi judicial. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2170, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, annexing into the city limits of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, a parcel of land situated in the unincorporated area of Okaloosa County, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance with a physical address of 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast, Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for the municipal boundary and providing for an effective date. This is second reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Presetti.
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. Chris Presetti, Growth Management Director. So as Scott said, Mayor said, this is a second reading for annexation. It's a voluntary annexation request that we did receive for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast. We've not made any changes since first reading, nor have we received any other public comment. So this is a request that we received to voluntarily annex in a property that's about 1/3 acres in size, and so staff did review it in accordance with Florida statutes, Chapter 171 for voluntary annexations, and we do find that it meets the requirements to be annexed into our city limits. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2170 to voluntarily annex 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast into the city limits of Fort Walton Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Frasetti? Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, council, may we get a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2170 to annex the property located at 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast into the city of Fort Walton Beach.
Second.
And moved by Councilman Jeter and seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve 2170, an ordinance for annexing of 627 Country Club Avenue into the city. Further comment? Comment? Council, please vote.
Mayor,
Yeah.
Councilmember Smith is out.
Okay,
So it's not-
maybe just have a show of hands. Those in favor, raise your right hand. Does pass.
Abstaining.
You abstain. Okay. 5-0 with one abstention and one absent. It passes. Thank you, council. Brings us up to 10.2, 2171, ordinance to amend the future land use map of 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast to low density residential. Ms. Cobb.
Thank you, Mayor. Ordinance 2171, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast to low-density residential LDR, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for consistency, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is second reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Frasetti.
Yes, thank you again. So now that the property is annexed into the city, the next steps are to assign a future land use as well as a zoning designation, which is the following item here. So this is the request to amend our city's future land use map to assign a low-density residential future land use. This process is in compliance with Florida statute as a small-scale map amendment due to the size of the property. And staff has completed our review and does find that it meets the requirements and findings of fact to be given a designation of low-density residential. We've not received any other public comment, and nor have we made any changes since first reading to this ordinance. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2171 to amend the city's future land use map designation for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast as low-density residential. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Frasetti? Anyone from the public wish to comment on this? Seeing none, may we get a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance 2171 to assign the LDR future land use map designation to property 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast.
Second.
And moved by Councilman Jeter and seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve 2171 ordinance to amend the future land use map for 627 Country Club Avenue Northwest East to low density residential. Further comment? Further comments? Council, please vote. And it does pass 6-0 with one abstention. Item 10.3, 2172, ordinance to assign zoning designation at 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast to R1. This is quasi-judicial. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2172, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for property described as 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance to be zoned R1 Single Family Residential Zoning District, providing for the amendment of the affected portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Frasetti.
Thank you. And this is the last step in the process for this property at 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast, which is to assign a zoning designation. Staff has completed our review and process, and we do find that the single-family residential R1 zoning designation is consistent with the future land use that was just approved on the last ordinance, as well as it's compatible with the surrounding area. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's adoption of ordinance 2172 to designate a zoning for 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast as single-family residential R1.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Frasetti? Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, council, may we get a motion?
Mayor, I move for adoption of ordinance number 2172 to assign the R1 single-family residential zoning designation to the property located at 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast.
Second.
And moved by Councilman Allegretto and seconded by Councilman Jeter to approve 2172 ordinance to assign zoning designation at 627 Country Club Avenue Northeast to R1. Any further comment?
Just trying to give Bryce a break.
Further comments, Mr. Jeter?
He did good.
Okay. Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously, or does pass 6-0 with one abstention. Item 10.4, 2173, ordinance to amend the future land use map for 245 Brook Street, Southeast. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2173, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, amending the city's comprehensive plan to amend the future land use map for property described as 245 Brooks Street Southeast, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance from LDR, low-density residential, to MDR, medium-density residential, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for consistency, providing for severability, and providing an effective date. This is second reading.
Thank you. Mr. Paccetti.
Thank you. So this is the second reading of the request that we did receive from the property owner a couple months ago to come through requesting to amend future land use for the property at 245 Brook Street Southeast. In our review of it, we did find that it does fall into the small scale amendment process again within Florida Statute Chapter 163. In our review of this request, staff does find that this designation is compatible with the surrounding area. So as we do recall, there were some public comments during the previous first reading on this. However, staff has not received any additional comments since first reading, nor have we made any changes to this proposed request since first reading. So with that, staff does respectfully recommend City Council's adoption of ordinance number 2173 to amend the city's future land use map designation for 245 Brook Street Southeast from low density residential, LDR, to medium density residential, MDR. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Paccetti? Anyone from the public wish to comment? Seeing none, council may begin a motion.
Good evening. My name is Gavin Wolf of Tracy Acre Construction. It's not very often that Chris and I are on the same side of the aisle, but here we are. So we purchased this property a few months ago, and whenever I got to looking into developing it, the only reason that we're here really is to go from R1 to R2 so that I can have a 50-foot lot width versus a 75-foot lot width. We have the acreage and the square footage to get 3 lots out of this one, or 3 parcels out of this one lot, but we would be unable to do so under the R1 rules. So I know there were some comments and concerns at the first reading due to the flexibility that having an R2 designation would give us. I was unable to make it due to the birth of my daughter, but Tracy kind of informed me of what he told y'all, and I'm just here to back that up, that although we would have that flexibility to do multifamily, that's not what Tracy and I do. We live in the Elliott's Point neighborhood. We care about this city, and we want to do 3 single-family homes on these parcels, and continue the cohesiveness and the development that we have done in the Elliott's Point neighborhood. And we appreciate y'all for supporting us at the first reading, and hope that y'all can support us again.
Thank you, Mr. Avery. Any other comments? Council, please vote.
Adopt ordinance number 2173 to amend the city's future land use map for the designation of 245 Brook Street Southeast from low density residential to medium density residential.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Jeter and seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve 2173, an ordinance to amend the future land use for 245 Brook Street Southeast. Further comments?
Congratulations on the baby, and keep beautifying our community.
Council, please vote. And it does pass 6-0 with 1 abstention, Mr. B. That brings us to item 10.5, 2174, ordinance to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from R1 to R2. Ms. Cobb.
Ordinance 2174, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Fort Walton Beach, Florida, providing for authority, providing for findings of fact, providing for property described as 245 Brook Street Southeast, more particularly described in the body of the ordinance, to be rezoned R2 multifamily residential zoning district, providing for the amendment of the affected portion of the official zoning map, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. This is second reading.
Thank you, ma'am. Hey, Mr. President.
Still here. This is kind of the next step in that process, as we alluded to, I think in the last item there, is the actual rezoning request that we did receive from the owner for the property at 245 Brook Street Southeast, requesting it go from R1 to R2 zoning designation. As with the previous item, there have not been any changes to this request. Staff did review it and finds that it is consistent with the proposed and existing future land use category of MDR. We do find that compatible with the surrounding zoning districts and community. So with that, we've not received any additional public comments since first reading, and staff does respectfully recommend that City Council adopt ordinance number 2174 to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from single-family residential R1 to multifamily residential R2 zoning district. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Mr. Brissett? Anyone from the public wish to speak? Seeing none, may we get a motion?
Motion to adopt ordinance number 2174 to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from single-family residential R1 to multifamily residential R2 zoning district.
Second. Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Jeter and seconded by Councilman Schmidt to approve 2174, an ordinance to rezone 245 Brook Street Southeast from R1 to R2. Further comment?
Yes, sir.
Comments?
Yes, sir.
Council, please vote. Does pass 6-0 with Mr. Mead abstaining. Thank you, council. That'll bring us to item 11, appointments. Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority Board appointment. Ms. Barnes.
Thank you, Mayor. Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority has a vacancy on their board, and it's Ms. Angela Workman Kathy, who has been serving since May of 23. You all appointed her at that time. She has expressed an interest to Ms. Sansbury to continue to serve. I know at one point you all had me to advertise, but so we were having a problem finding someone and so forth. But Ms. Kathy has been serving, and she requested to continue to serve. So staff recommends the mayor, with the approval of City Council, reappoint Ms. Angela Workman Kathy to the Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority Board to serve a 4-year term to expire February the 9th, 2029. And I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. I think we just need a nomination from council, a nomination and a second, and we'll vote. Anyone want to nominate Ms. Workman Kathy for this position?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Ms. Workman Kathy for the Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority Board.
Second.
Angela Workman Kathy, I'm sorry.
Been moved by Councilman Allegretto and seconded by Councilman Jeter to reappoint Angela Workman Kathy back to the Fort Walton Beach Housing Authority Board for a 4-year term. Further comments? Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously. Thank you very much, and I'd like to personally thank Angela Workman Kathy for volunteering to serve us for another 4 years. That's great. Thank you. That'll bring us to item 12, action, direction, discussion. But before we get, we're going to go to item 6.4 that was on the consent agenda. We'll do that as the first item before we go to 12.1. So 6.4, the award of ITB 25004 Pines Course regrassing project. Mr. Schmidt, you asked to be moved for that.
Mr. Peters, you want to go over that project?
Yeah, so this is a project that we, as you all know, we get funding from the TDC every year to be used for tourist-related projects. This is one of the projects that we had submitted for this upcoming year to regrass the pines. Obviously, the Fort Walton Beach Golf Course has 36 holes, the pines and the oaks. The pines was built in the early 60s, has, you know, and Richie Edwards here is our outstanding superintendent at the golf course, does a great job. Came to me a while back and said, hey, if there's a way we could ever redo these greens, there's 4 or 5 different types of grass on the greens. They fumigate them, they dig out about 6 to 8 inches, they fumigate them all, just kind of kill everything. They come back in and bring it and all the fill dirt, sprig it, let it grow into place, and they'll, you know, when that's done, they'll be immaculate. And Richie can probably speak a little bit more in detail about what they do and what the process is, but it would be an amazing project for the golf course.
How much of that 600-something thousand is that TDC money, roughly? All of it is? Okay. And this was budgeted?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why it was on the consent agenda. Normally when projects are approved through the budget process, they're on the consent, but obviously can easily be taken off the consent and discussed.
Okay.
Any further discussion from council on this one? Mr. Smith?
Just out of curiosity, TDC funds, is there like an expiration date of when we have to spend them by, or?
No, what happens with the TDC funds, if say you got a large project that you want to kind of bank it for a couple of years, you can do that. We've been fortunate to have some projects that were on the list. We've done the museum edition, we've done we've turfed the 5 smaller fields at the Preston Hood Complex, the 2 big fields at the Preston Hood Complex, and then these greens. So we've been fortunate to have some really good projects and making a big impact with those. But you can bank them for larger projects moving forward.
So there's no essential deadline per se?
Right.
Okay.
Any further discussion? Anyone from public wish to comment? Council, may we get a motion on this one?
I make a motion to award ITB number 25-0004, golf course regrassing of the Pines Greens to the lowest responsible bidder, King Villages Landscaping and Golf Construction, Inc., for the total amount of $613,710.
And moved by Councilman Jeter and second by Councilman Meade to award ITB 25004 for the Pines Course regrassing project, all 18 holes. Any further comment?
Just a quick question here. Has the other course been, was it ever done to the other course, the greens replaced?
No, not yet.
It's just funny, I used to golf out there all the time. I'm thinking, man, I remember when they had temporary greens. I don't know what they were doing up there, so I didn't know if the other one had already been done. So what impact, I mean, I saw it's going to be like 6 months, and some of it's in the high season, I guess, of golf. How are we calculating losses for rounds played?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I mean, what we'll do is the staff out there will be temporary greens on there. I would imagine a lot of golfers will move back to the tips of the tee box to make the hole a little bit longer. But we did talk about a few different things about opening the Oaks tee times, starting them at 7 o'clock, 6:30 even in the morning, to open that window a little bit longer. Even shortening. I think the tee times are about 10 minutes now, maybe making them 8. You can sandwich in maybe 1 or 2 more foursomes per hour, which generates revenue. We'll also have the Pines open with the temporary greens for people that want to go out there and just have a good time. And they won't be putting on the immaculate greens when that project's done, but they'll be able to go out there and play golf and enjoy it.
Remember, we avoided for whatever reason, when they were temporary greens, nobody liked to go out there, so we wouldn't want to get on the other course. Thank you.
Any further comments? Mr. Smith?
I'm not going to support the motion, not because I don't think we need it or I don't think it's a good idea. I'm coming from the standpoint of, and you know this, I've been hammering you on this for 6 years, I think that the golf course should be self-sustaining. And currently, right now, the golf course is projected to make 150, 180 grand. So, yeah, I know this is TDC money that we're spending, but if the golf course was self-sustaining, we could spend this TDC money somewhere else. That being said, we keep investing into this golf course. We need to do a rate study at this golf course. If we continue to make it nicer, we should be able to charge what the market bears on it. And I think that's a reasonable expectation. I've heard from residents over the past 6 years that, hell, I'd pay more money if you guys would make the thing nicer. I just got a phone call 2 weeks ago from somebody that's a resident of Fort Walton that has a membership over at Shalimar Point for $3,600 a year because he can't get a tee time out on our golf course. Again, I believe the problem is our golf course is taking too much traffic because we are the cheapest round of golf by far anywhere around. And I think that we need to quit looking at it as a cheap golf course and understand the true asset that we have and charge accordingly, and then find a way to give our residents who pay for that golf course a little bit of a break on top of that. So I do believe it needs to be done. I think that it needs to be done, but I'm strictly voting no because I think that we need to do a full rate study out there and bring this thing up to market. I believe we just saw, and then I don't know if I read it today or yesterday, that Eglin closed 9 holes of its golf course. I mean, now all that's going to do is push more traffic towards our golf course. We can charge more money so the golf course is self-sustaining, so we don't have to use all these additional revenue sources to help prop it up.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Meade?
I would definitely, I'm in favor of moving this forward, but I like your concept of the residents of Fort Walton spend a lot of money in recreation. The very definite, or what I understand the definition of recreation to be is not what I see in private business, which is profitability. And I know that this kind of carries itself better than it used to, but my point is we supplement recreation for the residents and really for the county. A lot of non-city residents use our pickleball courts, tennis courts, etc. So I would definitely be in support of your idea, which would be to have a reduced rate for the Fort Walton Beach residents that pay hundreds and thousands of dollars extra on their tax bills and so on and so forth for being residents, and more of a market rate for those who are not paying into the city expenses, city taxes, etc. So I would be in favor of looking at at our rates out there and maybe even implementing something in between, something where we have closer to market rate for the non-city members or residents. But definitely, if we're going to move it up, I'd like to keep a discount in place for those of us who pay taxes and fees to keep our recreation department.
I fully agree with that.
I agree.
Comments?
Yeah.
Mr. Berry?
Can you tell us what the rates are for residents versus non-residents?
So it's set up as, the structure is set up as where it's a member, non-member. It's not set up on a resident, non-resident, because you kind of get into, where do you live type deal. So it's a member or non-member. The rate without a membership was 49, going up to 52 during this process. A member rate, they pay $28. If they're a member and non-members pay 52.
And so you don't know whether they're...
But I fully hear you guys and understand this, and when the greens are done, we do have some time to kind of work on a rate study. And fully agree with city residents having a better rate than non-residents. I completely understand that.
Mr. Walker?
Yeah, since we're talking golf course here, and I'm a little bit of a libertarian, I just want to throw this out there since we're talking about potential rate studies and whatnot. When I first got involved and interested in city politics, Travis kind of led the way in teaching me and others to looking at the golf course revenue, the losses, and what happened when there were losses, and what that meant to taxpayers. And many of those taxpayers never play around the golf, never intend to play around the golf, and learned a lot there. But then my libertarian soul, I guess, came and said, why is the city running a golf course? And so then came to understand early on that the land has a restriction on it from the Air Force, that it must be used for recreation, which I understand that, but there was nothing. And I've dabbled around in experimenting or reaching out to golf course management companies that would come to the city, and instead of us being worried about rates or cost and effects of impacts on citizens, taxpayers who never play a round of golf, yet supplement it when it loses money, and revenues have to be raised to support it. I'm in favor in the future of having a golf course management company or companies bid to lease that land from us and run the golf course for a profit, and remove the responsibility of maintaining it and or the expenses that go along with it, and leave that up for a for-profit golf management company. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any other comments from council? Council, please vote. And it does pass 5-2. Thank you, council. That will bring us to item 12, item 12.1, amendment number 1 to lease agreement 41 West Audrey Drive Northwest, M3 strength and conditioning.
Yeah, Mayor, I can start this off. This is JP McHale. The city went into, sent out a request for proposals back in 2017 which is the Fort Walton Beach Tennis Center. M3 Fitness came in and took over that operation. Since then, the building's been kind of split in half. USTA Florida runs half the operations and the tennis courts, and JP and M3 Fitness operate the other side of that. JP had contacted me a few weeks ago. His question was, wants to invest a lot of money into the restrooms at the facility, make it a lot nicer, and in exchange for that, his lease expired in 2031 and would like to extend that to 2041. So he's here for any questions that you may have, but that was the reasoning on the amendment to this lease.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. McHale.
Hey, how are you, sir? Council, thank you for having me. Exactly what Mr. Peters said, just was about to put some money into the bathroom and realizing it's a lot more expensive than what I thought it was to give it a nice facelift. Thought I'd try to get my lease extended before I invest the money into the facility.
All right, sir.
Yes, sir.
Any questions from council for Mr. McHale?
I got one for Jeff. I don't know if Mark Buffet is here or not. I'm just wondering how this lease looks compared to a market rate lease on that same piece of property, and then I guess the improvements on the bathrooms that he would make, what kind of credit would that then drop the market rate down to if we were allowed to do that? I mean, I'm just trying to figure that out because I don't have any clue of what this thing is.
Yeah, the lease was renegotiated back a few years ago. Was 400 went up to 800, and then there's an increase, 3% increase every year on that. And Mark Buffet was involved with the city when it actually, I mean, dating back many years ago, the city used to operate the tennis facility in-house with staff, and then there was a contractor, and then now it's actually leased out to. For tennis, but also for the fitness training as well. So that lease was renegotiated back in 3 years ago. Yeah, 3 years ago in 2021, up to $800 a month with that.
But I guess my question is without our real estate broker here, what is the market rate for that area, or for that? I guess what we're leasing to. Are we at market rate? Are we above market rate? Are we below market rate? Like, I don't.
Yeah, I don't know that right now. It was negotiated through 2031 with a 3% increase every year off the 800.
Okay.
I'd also just like to add, I've added 2 facilities onto the facility.
Yeah, I've seen it over there. It looks really good over there and stuff like that.
Really just kind of been grateful to the city to allow me to be able to do this because, you know, originally whenever we started, it's just a battle as far as having a spot for kids to be able to sprint and run. And we work with it, the outdoor situation as far as the weather, it's raining, but it's been nice to be able to add 2 facilities and add 2 turfs out there over time. And we hope to continue to growing the facility as well too.
Mr. Walker.
One thing simple, there's 2 different numbers mentioned. We use 53,000 on one of them, and then on the lease it says 58,000. So there's a discrepancy there.
Yeah, that was the quote submitted. There was the difference in there was some of the different flooring and stuff. There was a little bit of difference in there. So that was on the quote that we received from.
I got you. The discussion, the background list 53,000, the lease says 58,000, so I would expect those 2 to match, just in the for what it's worth category. And then just out of curiosity, again, I always like to know how the clock is built internally here. Why didn't you ask for 15 years?
I'd be more than glad to if you want to give it to me.
It's not that really, yeah, and that's true. You know, so what Travis touched on there a little bit, I believe, and that's where you know, I worked out at your place for 6 months, loved it, loved the facility, and great group of people there and all that. So I really loved it. But setting up here on council, we have an obligation to the citizens to be responsible for their money, and revenue's part of their money. So is that a $2,000 a month facility that you're getting for $800, and now we're extending it to $41? You know, and I saw 53. I've seen people come up here, and you know, I think the big one, I don't even remember, but when we're talking really big numbers and they need to go to the bank and say, hey, I need that because of the bank's requiring, in order to loan me this money, I've got to have a lease that goes this far. But I've not heard that. It's a desire on your part. I understand it. I got it. And I'd want it too. But then I'm also trying to figure out what criteria is being applied to what magically makes 10 I looked at it, I was like, 2041, my God, what if the city, the next council, or the next council decides they want to do something with the entire property? You're locked in till 2041 for a $53,000 spend, and I know that's, a lot, but it's not a lot in the scheme of some of the other spending.
Sure.
So, 5 years or 15 years, I'm one who thinks, that's, a 5-year extension, not a 10-year extension,
Okay.
but that's just
I mean,
me.
that kind of sounds somewhat reasonable. I'm not against that as well, too, if that's something the city wants to look at. I'm a pretty reasonable person.
He was locked into 2031 initially with Mark Bethays, the city's real estate consultant, with that market rate. That was done because it's half the building and stuff, so that was done to 2031 anyway. This amendment is to extend that. If the council wants to readdress the rate in 2031, you could do that, but adjusting the rate now.
It's not about adjusting the rate, it's about trying to figure out what the value of the improvements are gonna be for how many years that he's wanting to add on. That's just kind of what I'm trying to gauge, and without being able to know whether we're already at market or below market, plus how much of the improvement's gonna be.
Well, it's somewhere between, we have a $26,000 improvement, and we have a $53,000 improvement.
Yeah,
so we have stage A and
between
stage B.
26 and 53.
I will say,
what that is.
I really wish we had a picture of what the facility looked like in
Beforehand.
2017, when it was just a bunch of Halloween equipment in there, green carpet, no facilities outside, wasn't fenced in, wasn't taken care of. I mean, and I didn't expect I was going to grow this much and been able to add 2 facilities. And I think I'm going to continue to grow the facility and add value to it as well too. And I'm reasonable if you guys think 2035, take the lease, or maybe just add 6 years on, or I'd hope for 8. When you go to think about putting 60,000 into the bathrooms, I want to make it nice for my clients, and I feel like that's the one part of our facility we're failing at. But I'm appreciative of whatever council feels.
I just say, for me, I'm in favor for doing something. My struggle is I don't know what the value trade-off is. And so I don't know how to sit here and say, hey, if you're going to put 53 in there, maybe we give you 15 years. Or if you're going to put 26 in there and we're below market rate, maybe we give you 5 years.
Yes.
I don't know how to do that without knowing where we're at currently versus the market, and then which plan you want to do, the 26,000 or the 53,000.
Sure.
Because essentially you're buying years with the money that you're spending there, and I'm cool with that. I just don't know what the exchange rate is.
Yes, sir. I understand 100%. Definitely going to start with stage A, and then I think the more expensive stuff is the floor tiling, which we'll be doing that as well too.
Jeff brought up a question, or said a statement that, so thinking about Travis's concerns and all of ours, this rate, 3%, I'm talking, it's 8.7, monthly rate's currently 8.74, and it's 3% a year, all the way up to 31. And it kind of, we're modifying it to say that's going to stay the same all the way up to 31. Then after 31, you're looking for some number of years to go beyond that at a rate to be determined, which you're not asking about the rate beyond 31 at this point, correct?
Just something within reason.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, and that's, it's funny because when you do those bathrooms and you make that improvement to your facility, if you decide, hey, I hit the lotto, I'm out of here, who's going to rent it next, and is it a value to them, or are we going to leave it sitting vacant, tear it down, put housing there, don't know kind of stuff. So
I truly feel like I've built a business in our town that's here to stay. And I hope to be able to keep that business. As far as us, we service all populations, from people with injuries, just wellness, general fat loss, getting healthier, to youth athletes as well too. And my team is continuing to grow, and I'm getting older. I'm only here because I got a nice, young, energetic staff.
So will there be real estate commissions owed on this lease extension? To Realty House, I don't, sometimes when we have leases, we owe a commission.
I believe they get a portion of it. I'm not sure what it is off the top of my
I'd
head.
argue if they're not here, they don't. What are we paying for?
We don't have any recommendations on valuation. And your reputation is great in the community, and so we're not asking about what you do, what your. I've seen. I was there last week playing pickleball, and it's a very professional setup you have, and I appreciate it. So please don't.
Oh, absolutely,
think
sir.
that we're discussing that, but I mean, I would be open for an extension subject to market rate analysis by mutually agreeable appraisers, something of that nature. But if they're committed to improving it, I'd be committed to more years.
All I would ask is they just would factor in also to all the work that I'd done. Originally, whenever we did the deal was for me to just do the work inside of the facility, but the work that I've done outside, adding the extra buildings, fencing it in, the outdoor turf areas stuff too, is that kind of gets accepted into the evaluation as far as what I've already put into it that wasn't even necessarily planned.
Those things help grow your business. I mean, it's a clean facility over there, and it looks great. You've done a great job. And I think had you not done those things, your business wouldn't probably be where it is today. So, yeah, good business operations there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to give you some more years over there for sure. Like I said, I just don't know what the exchange rate is to how many we should do. So without absent that information, I don't know that I can really do anything other than if there is something that we can do as far as directing staff to maybe look and see what that is, a mutual appraiser, figure out what everything's worth, and then come back with a recommendation to us on how many years that we should add on a market rate study. I would be for that.
I mean, we could have, and Mark Bethea, he wasn't involved because it was just a lease extension. It wasn't a rate study. So yeah, that could be brought back to council with a recommendation from the city's real estate agent to say this would be equivalent to how many of years. We could bring that recommendation back.
Okay. So are we agreeable to pulling this one from the agenda for tonight? And
or you could approve it based on the negotiations provided by N3 Fitness and Mark Bethea.
If we do that, is that going to come back before council for us to approve, or is that just after we make that motion and if it passes, then that deal just gets done, you guys take care of it and it solves itself from there?
Either way you would like it. We could do it either way.
I'd probably feel more comfortable if it came back in front of council so we could kind of just see what we're looking at. But yeah, I would be in support of that for sure.
It would allow me to get started on the bathroom as soon as possible because we've been waiting. I appreciate y'all. Yeah, the bathrooms are just the only part.
Yeah, we can have Mark Bethea and JP and myself talk, and then we can bring that back
at the next meeting, probably. Yeah.
Sure.
All right. So do we need a motion to pull this now and then put it on the next meeting agenda with?
Yeah, you can just table it to the 28th.
Okay.
Or postpone it. Yeah.
Okay with that? Okay.
Yeah, you can.
So we'll table item 12.1 until the next meeting with
okay.
Mr. Bethea.
I'll have Mark Bethea reach out to you.
Okay. Thank y'all for your time. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12.2, photo speed enforcement times in school zones. Chief Page.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. This item was part of a contract that was signed with Red Speed at one of our last council meetings. On May 31st, 2023, Governor DeSantis signed House Bill 657, which authorized school photo enforcement in local school zones. On June 25th, 2024, we had a preliminary discussion item in front of City Council, and Council wanted to move forward with school zone photo enforcement. On September 10th and 24th, we had the first and second reading of our ordinance, and then on November 19th, we entered into a contract with Red Speed. At the November 19th meeting, there was some discussion on hours of school zone enforcement, and that's what brings me here today after compiling some research into hours of school zone enforcement. Staff looked and we tried to find as many data points as we could find. We found 18 states that have photo speed enforcement. Of the 18 states, 15 programs do it for the school day. There are only 3 programs that did it for less than the school day. And the list of states are in the report, so I won't read them all out. And through preliminary information, I went through the Florida Police Chiefs where I sit on the Highway Safety Committee. I also used IACP resources where I'm on the board of directors for the International Chiefs of Police. And the only place that I could find in Florida that was considering beacon times, and they're not 100% yet on them, is the city of Niceville. They're still working out some kinks in their program. Part of the justification for school day enforcement is comprehensive school coverage during school activities, varying school start times and activities, and there are some unique situations. I have children both at Fort Walton Beach High School and Choctaw, so we're a divided household, which is kind of unique. But I can tell you at Fort Walton Beach, they have internship, I guess for lack of a better term, where leadership students go back and forth between Edwards throughout the day. So they are crossing right there, Wright Parkway, and going down Hollywood. So there is foot traffic between the two schools. My other daughter that goes to Choctaw does not start at the normal time, and she's in dual enrollment, so she comes in late and leaves early. And I can tell you from going to both schools personally, there is activity outside of both schools at various times throughout the day. One of the things that since this item has come about, and I've talked to people in the community, there seems to be a little bit of confusion about when and what times are enforced and what thresholds are enforced. So during the beacon times, that's when the lights are flashing. Not every school zone has flashing lights. Some just have a sign that will have hours posted on them. That is 10 miles above whatever that school zone posted speed is. Our school zones are either posted at 15 miles an hour, so the photo enforcement citation would be written at 26 miles. Other school zones, such as on racetrack, have a 25-mile-an-hour school zone, so the tickets would be written at 36 miles an hour. During the non-school zone hours, but during the school day, for sake of argument, if the school zone runs between 7 and 8 o'clock, but the school day goes until 3 o'clock, between 7 and 8 would be school zone, generally between 2 and 3 would be school zone, between the 8 and 2 o'clock is the school day. That would be the normal posted speed limit of the roadway. At Fort Walton Beach High School on Hollywood, the speed limit is 35 miles an hour. So if we were to go with a school day enforcement strategy, the first ticket would not be written until they were over 46 miles an hour, 46 miles an hour or greater. So it has that 10 mile an hour buffer zone, whether it's the school zone speed limit or the normal speed limit on a roadway. On racetrack, the normal speed limit is 50. So the first citation would be, it's 40, so the first citation would be written at 51. In Maryland and New York, that is where the most extensive information comes on photo enforcement. They've had the longest running programs. And in the council package I've provided several studies from both Maryland and New York, which address school day enforcement and actually enforcement beyond the school day, which has been shown to change driver behavior and provide a more holistic approach to traffic enforcement. In Maryland, they saw a 39% decrease in speeding violations after implementation of full day enforcement. And in places such as New York, they extended it even beyond the school day. There's emphasis on long-term safety benefits and changing driver behaviors. I can tell you I came from a city that had red light cameras, and once the red light cameras were in place, you saw a dramatic change in driving behaviors. The vendor that we went with and the other vendors have talked about that you will see anywhere between a 50 and probably 70% reduction from their initial traffic studies that they've done for you. We have just gotten back the traffic study that Red Speed had completed for us, and we have several school zones, and I can list them out if you'd like to hear the ones that meet the threshold. And their threshold is greater than 200 violations in a school day. Robinwood was just over 200. Silver Sands on Wright Parkway was over 200. Edwins on Hollywood was over 200, which also corresponds with Fort Walton Beach High School. On Wright Parkway, Fort Walton Beach High School is also over 200. Silver Sands on Holmes was over 200, and so was Bruner. They're in close proximity, so it makes sense that if one was over, the other would be over. Liza Jackson and Choctaw were all over the 200 threshold that the company had set up. The ones that were just below, and the company would consider it if it was council's direction, was Elliott Point on Hughes was at 192 on the one-day average. They go out there for several days, but they average the violations over the course of a one-day period. They came in at 192, so they were just below the 200. And then you have Elliott Point on Ferry Road, which was about at 100 violations on that one-day average, but I know there has been speeding complaints on Ferry Road. So our recommendation from the police department and from best practices that I can find across the state and the nation, I can tell you that Georgia, in their last legislative session in 2024, brought up this same exact issue because their law pretty much mirrors our law, and it never made it out of committee to restrict it from less than school day to just beacon hours. But Georgia did commission a study with the Department of Transportation that will be done sometime in 2026. They're collecting the data and working on it now to determine the exact effect of school day versus beacon hours. So in 26, we will have that data available, and that will probably be the first comprehensive study that will be done on that. In a recent poll that was done, and like I said, Washington and Maryland and New York have the best data. They surveyed 650 residents in Washington, D.C. and found about 90% favorability for school day enforcement. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety, IIHS, has also done telephonic surveys in jurisdictions that have school day enforcement. Although they did not give an actual number, they report that the majority of drivers and residents in the area support school day enforcement. So we'd like to be consistent with best practice across the nation and across the state of Florida, and we respectfully request that the school times for photo enforcement be left as an operational decision made by the city manager in conjunction with the chief of police as part of a comprehensive traffic safety plan. This approach will help ensure student safety, accommodate varied schedules, encourage consistency in driver behaviors, foster a culture of caution around schools. This recommendation draws on best practices from similar programs within the state and other jurisdictions with school zone photo enforcement during the school day. Additionally, staff will be able to provide reports and updates to the city council, and the program could be adjusted at any time as we see fit. And Mayor, I turn it back over to you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any questions from council for Chief Page? Mr. Smith?
How many incidents have we had within the city of Fort Walton Beach in our school zones?
When you say incidents, what do you refer
Well,
to?
so I guess my understanding is we didn't actively go out and search this system. I'm pretty sure we all started getting emails, is where I first saw it before staff have even brought it to us. And my understanding is I guess the state has some grant money out there now, which is I guess how we're paying for this stuff. Is that correct?
So to go through the whole process, when it went through state legislature, it had overwhelming support in state legislature.
I get that, but...
And I can give you the actual vote numbers, which are in the report.
I get that, but there's state funding that's paying for this, right?
No, there's no state funding to pay for this. The state is authorized in photo enforcement only in school zones. So the way it's funded is that a violation is $100.
That's what it is.
So the violation is $100. When that violation comes back to the city and you pay your $100 violation, $60 comes back to the city of Fort Walton Beach. Of that $60, the city gets $39 and the vendor gets $21 for the processing, the upfront costs, the equipment costs, the camera costs. They get it out of that $21. That's why they're looking for locations that have greater than 200 violations on the initial study, because they know that initial study will be reduced. We're required, and the city attorney has brought this up several times to make sure we follow this, we're required to do a 30-day educational marketing campaign before we can write the first citation. We haven't even got to that point yet. So right now we did the traffic study, we're working out a final logistics here with the city council. Once we give the go-ahead to the company and they start the implementation, we then have to run a parallel 30-day educational marketing campaign. Social media, print media, we'll talk about it in different groups, and we have to provide warnings. So we'd have to give you a warning for the first 30 days. So when the cameras go live, we run our education, and for 30 days, all we can pass out is warnings. On the 31st day, if we desire to, then we can start actually writing citations. When those citations get written, the $60 would come back to us, $39 to the city, $21 to the vendor. $12 goes to the school board, and the school board, they can use it as they please for enhancement to the school. Another $5 goes to a school crossing guard program. We have a school crossing guard program. Those $5 can be allocated to increase training, increase funding, expand your school crossing guard programs, put school crossing guards at additional locations. We currently at Elliott Point have one in front of the school. With the additional funding, we could possibly
Chief,
put one on.
if I can real
Hughes.
quick, I don't want to sit here and eat up everybody's time because I got a couple of questions. So basically, this program is funded through the ticketing is how it is. So that there's no upfront cost to a city, there's no grant money. So the whole idea in this is to write tickets for this company to make money. And I guess my question to you is with the incidents is, how many phone calls has our police department received from residents complaining about speeding inside the school zones? Do we have those statistics?
We don't have an actual number. I can tell you we get complaints on probably a weekly basis about speeding in general. They're not always in school zones. We do get them, and I believe they've come to the city manager too. We recently got one in front of Elliott Point, so they do come in. And I would also disagree with the premise that we're writing this to fund the vendor. I would hope that we don't write the first speeding ticket. I would hope that during the warning period and the educational period, and when people know that there's a repercussion for speeding through the school zones, that nobody speeds through a school or around a school in the city of Fort Walton Beach once we implement this program. And the vendor comes to us and says, unfortunately, City of Fort Walton Beach, we have to pull out your cameras because we're losing money with you. That I would like to see not the first ticket written.
Do we have a vendor here?
Vendor here? There was no vendor. They came at the last meeting. So they
Okay,
came
I was just
after-
wondering, I would like to ask them if they've ever taken a camera out because it's solved the problem and never generated any more revenue.
And that's a great question, but I mean, that would be the goal of our program, is not to generate revenue, it's to change driving behavior.
I get that, but I guess my whole thing is this came unsolicited to the city of Fort Walton Beach. We didn't go out seeking this, from my understanding. We started getting emails about this new legislation that came through with the ability to do this. And so obviously the smart business move by the company would be, hey, we're going to go out and start hitting municipalities and look for work. Hey, we can give this to you. It doesn't cost you a dime, and we can implement this and we can put it in for safety. And so I guess my questions that go along with that is if this is something that we weren't actively looking for, if we don't have statistics on how many people are actually filing complaints on this, what problem are we trying to solve? Because I haven't heard anybody complain to me, which that's not the end all be all, but if we have statistics from the police department like we have from 18 other states, but we don't seem to have from our own city, like I want to see those, because where I sit right now is it looks like I'm okay with doing it, but I kind of like the beacon times. I think that doing it outside of the beacon times, it kind of turns into a cash cow. And, you know, I understand the intent, but I think that there's going to be some unintended consequences in that. And how do we protect our residents from the unintended consequences other than just saying stop speeding?
Now, I don't think, as you described it, I don't think the process was quite as linear as you explained it. I think it was more multi-dimensional, where when the governor passed the law, it took the Department of Transportation about a year to promulgate rules for how the cameras have to be placed up, where they can be placed, and rules for vendors and cities to follow. Once the Department of Transportation promulgated their rules, we wanted to research it first on ourselves, because irrespective of what the vendors did, we knew about it, and I knew about it as it made it through the legislative process. So I was there when it was talked about at legislative committee meetings, and I stayed up on it as it went through the legislative process. I've seen the effect of photo enforcement for red light cameras. And I also wanted to wait to see how the program was implemented in the beginning, and knew that the dynamics of our community is a little bit different than South Florida or Central Florida. And I wanted to make sure I had a good grounding before I came to present it here in front of City Council. I also wanted to make sure that it was a valid program and wanted to do my own research, and Georgia is probably the best state. Georgia is a neighboring state to us. Georgia's had the program now for several years. Georgia's taken it up several times, like I mentioned, for legislation to see if they need to adjust the hours or not. And when a big study comes out in 26, I think that's another opportunity to go and see, do we need to change this? To get the biggest change in driving behavior and to ensure the greatest safety for our residents in the community, I think we need to go by school day. That would be my professional opinion as a police chief for 6 years here in Fort Walton Beach. I've gone through 2 national traffic homicide training courses from IPTM in Northwest Florida, not Northwest Florida, Northwest. And I think the best model is school day. I can understand the optics that you bring up, but I can tell you that this discussion was had in other cities, in the legislature this discussion was had, and to get the change in behavior, at least initially, it probably needs to be school day.
Mr. Jeter.
So back to taking the cameras out. There's no hook, line, and sinker. If this program doesn't work, we don't have to pay them a bunch of money to come get their cameras.
Juliana was here, I don't know if Nicole, I don't have the contract in front of me. I believe there's some period, whether it's 30 days or 90 days. As long as we notify the company that we want to go in a different direction or we're done with them, that program can be ceased. We have no ongoing obligation. And part of the reason we went with Red Speed, there were other vendors that if you remove the equipment, they charge you equipment removal fee. Red Speed charges no equipment removal fee. So once we provide them the notice, then it goes away. The other thing that we have is we have discretion over the approval of the citations. So if we got to a point where we just no longer wanted to hit the approve button, we could just stop approving citations. If there was an issue with the program, we realized it wasn't working in the direction we wanted it to work, we have the final say in every single approval for a citation. So if we gave Red Speed the notice to say we no longer want the program, we stop approving the citations, nobody else would get a citation at that point, and then the cameras would be removed from the city.
So there's no fine print that we're on the hook for a bunch of money. So you're saying for no cost to our taxpayers, we're going to do a 30-day campaign to tell people, which is sad we have to do that, but do a 30-day campaign to tell people don't speed in the school zone.
Yes.
And it 100% needs to be all day long, because if you volunteer at a school, or like you said, your daughter goes late check-in, early check-out. I know all kinds of kids that do that, which I mean, doctor's appointments, moms volunteering. I've personally seen cars speed during the day, and there's a kid crossing the road at 11 o'clock, whether he went to eat lunch with his parents or so. It shouldn't, I mean, I'm baffled that we're going to spend this much time talking about it. You shouldn't speed. And I know we all speed in this room. I probably have to, but you shouldn't speed in the school zone. We're going to tell people for 30 days, don't, because we have this new enforcement mechanism. And like you said, this is not a moneymaker. This is to prevent people from speeding. Hopefully we never write a ticket. But if we do, you were speeding in a school zone, right?
Yes. And
I make sure we miss anything.
Is when I found out that kids actually walk from Fort Walton to Edwin several times a day.
I used to do that in high school because I volunteered for a leadership program, so I would go over there and, and do things at that school and then come back.
And I briefly spoke to the only private school that qualified for a system was right here, St. Mary's, and I briefly spoke to the principal about it, and I asked him if he would prefer Beacon or school day, and he was under Councilman Jeter's impression that he would rather have a school day enforcement, and was very appreciative that we'd at least look into a private school and not just public schools. And for the same thing, we want to ensure the safety of the community as a whole, whether it's a public school or a private school, that nobody should be speeding through or around schools.
Got it.
Mr. Alvarado, were you first? I'm sorry? No comments?
It may be on the agenda packet, but was there any data for speeding on Lovejoy in front of Okaloosa Academy?
We just got back, so it's not in the agenda packet, but we had just gotten back this week the list of school zones where they have it, and I do not see the academy. We had listed the academy in our ordinance, and we had sent the academy to the company, but on the list right here, I do not see Lovejoy, the academy. We can ask them to go out, and if you would like us to go out there, or if the city manager would like us to go out there, we could definitely go out to Lovejoy. We can ask the company to do another study for us on Lovejoy.
Yeah, it's a big cut through, as you know, and as our residents know, and that neighborhood and that community from a safety standpoint. Because I lean towards Bryce. The objective is to change the behavior.
It is.
But I'm also adamant on your recommendation and fully support the school day, not just the Beacon times, because of whether it's Okaloosa Academy, how transient those start and stop times are, or Edwin's, or whatever it may be. At the end of the day, if someone's speeding or more than 9 miles an hour, hopefully that educate, encourage, and then enforce mechanism will change the behavior. So I look at this through a scope of, I know we've tried different things of blinking lights on Hollywood or different messaging boards and signs. Those are all instruments and tools to try to change the behavior. But I think this intervention is probably one of the best we've seen for a few reasons. One, like what Bryce said about the cost, it's zero cost. Two, it's very data driven. You're either speeding by more than 9 miles an hour or you're not. And third, it's hopefully going to impact the safety. So if you're looking for a consensus, I guess I'm all about the school day. I'm on board with that. But I'm not quite sure on the Hughes and Ferry underneath the 200. Are they still
I just
interested
those out as examples when I give out the study numbers. That's something that if we wanted to, if the council directed the manager or myself to go back to the vendor, that falls below their thresholds. But as council people, I don't know if you get unique phone calls. If there was a school that fell below the threshold, the company said that if there was one or two that would be impactful for the community, that they would still be willing to put a system out to monitor there.
And that's where I was going with that. So I don't know what the other 6 think, but I would highly recommend that, even though it was 192 or off by 8, whatever their threshold is.
Yes.
We have probably one of the most engaging parks in the, if not country, for sure, the state, next to the school. I mean, yeah, it's a pretty big residential neighborhood as well. So I would try to advocate for making sure the vendor's on the hook for Hughes and Ferry as well.
And we can go back and speak with you. Yes, Mr. Perry.
Yeah, yes, I get many calls from the Silver Sands area, Wright, Fort Walton Beach High School, Elliott Point School, Bruner, that area there, and they're all for all day. Speeding, because I see them Zoom, and that's my area where I live, and
Okay.
I get many calls.
Mr. Allegreve had a question on
I
that.
thought John was first before me.
Go for it.
I just wanted to clarify, I know we were throwing out a lot of numbers. It is 11 miles an hour over, correct?
Correct, yes. So you have to be greater than
I just
10.
wanted to make sure everybody in the room and
So not
watching.
9/11, thank you.
Yeah, so if the speed limit was 30, the first citation would be at 41.
So is that why on the interstate we just go below 10? And
That's right.
Gotcha.
So, I mean, regardless, what we're saying is in this model, if I'm on Racetrack Road and I'm going by Choctaw, the beacons are not flashing, the speed limit's 40 miles an hour. If I'm going 51 miles an hour, I can expect a ticket. If I'm going 48 miles an hour, I cannot expect a ticket.
Unless we're there and write you an
Sure.
officer.
Good answer.
I'm just saying, and that's baked in there because, like, if someone, for example, isn't paying attention and is going 3 miles an hour over the speed limit, that's not somebody you're trying to target.
Correct.
We're trying to target people who are driving recklessly and potentially endangering students, right?
Yes.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Mr. Meade?
I think it's kind of been said, we don't have to pay these cameras health benefits, do we?
No.
Are we struggling to fill positions at the police department?
We do, it's tough.
Our police departments and sheriff's departments across the state struggling to fill positions. So this would help encourage compliance with the laws in our city by using technology, I'm assuming?
Correct, it allows us to leverage technology and put resources in other places.
Thank you.
Mr. Walker?
And I think Travis bumped on it, are you aware of when they will come take the cameras? I mean, obviously, it's they got to man it, they've got to expect a certain amount of revenue from themselves, or they say, hey, chief, it's not working out over there because we're only issuing 22 a month or 6 a month. At some point, they're going to say, we're pulling out. Do we know what that number is?
I believe we have a 3-year contract with them, but we can cancel at any time.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons that they set that initial foothold or threshold at 200 per day, because they know that number is going to be cut by 50 to 70%. So they know once we finish our education, that if a camera system on their study was generating 200, it's probably going to generate 70 to 100 at best. And that number is going to keep deteriorating down. That's why they set that first starting point at 200, because they know that probably over that 3-year period, you will get down to maybe no longer a sustainable amount.
Gotcha. So they're locked into us for 3 years, even if they're writing zero, but, I mean, they're locked into us for 3 years. And then you mentioned like a $5 amount. We never made it through the $40.
I can tell you the whole final amount. So $60 comes back to the city, $39 to us, $21 to the vendor.
Yeah.
The schools get $12 to use as they please. The school crossing guard program, which the city administers a school crossing guard program, if we didn't administer a school crossing guard program, it would go to the county or whoever may administer one in the area, gets $5 per violation. $3 goes to the state fund for training of law enforcement officers through the Criminal Justice Standards and Training Commission. And the final $20 goes to the state general revenue. So the governor gets suspended as he pleases.
In that 39 that comes back to the city, is that specific to the police department? General
No, it's
fund?
general revenue.
General revenue into the fund here. Not, I mean, it's not funding new officers.
No, lots of cities have tried to put it back into traffic safety, infrastructure improvements, better markings of school zones, crosswalks. They try to make it where it goes back to improving, but it doesn't have to. It comes back to as general revenue.
And this is going to be, it's a little, I've been laughing inside just thinking about this, but it's kind of like, you know, a drug dealer gives you something free so you get addicted. And then so that money comes in. It's like, well, and I wouldn't want to be on the council when it came time that those camera people said, hey, we're out. And then us council or new councils up here and they're like, hey, are we going to get rid of the traffic guards? Are we going to get rid of it? It's like, no, we'll go ahead and keep them. You know, it's free, take it, then you get addicted to the revenue and what it's been supporting. So to cut it's going to be hard in the future when it's no longer free. That's the concern I have, my libertarian concern I have.
Mr. Smith?
I just have one quick question real quick. As far as outside of the school zones, this legislation passed, so these could be used inside school zones. Am I correct in thinking that cameras like these are not an allowable use outside of a school zone, just on any city street?
Correct, 100%.
Do we know why that is?
That was just how the legislature decided to pass it. And camera enforcement historically in Florida has been a little bit of a taboo issue. Several years ago, they were able to get red light cameras across the finish line, and red light cameras were put in. And there was talk that would it expand, it never expanded. And I just think that it's something that has gone in other states, and there's a little bit of evidence to back up that it changes driving behaviors. And probably one of the most critical places for speeding is around schools. And that just organically then grew through the legislature to allow for photo enforcement in schools. There is actually a third place that photo enforcement can be done. It's a very lesser one. But on school buses, a county can elect to put a camera behind a red stop sign on a school bus. So there are technically 3 places that photo enforcement is allowed in Florida. Red lights, stop signs on school buses, and in school zones.
Any other questions from council? Anyone from the public wish to speak?
Misty Founders, 21 Comet Street. All for slowing people down. Not just in the school zones next to the schools, but we have issues with people flying past buses. I experienced that with my kids. My only comment is about the companies. There's been quite a few lawsuits against these companies there's class action suits in Georgia for it, so I would encourage the council to consider and read up on what's going on with those, because lots of people were either getting hit with fees because the calibrations were wrong, hundreds at a time. There's just a lot of information about that. So I think it would be wise to also consider what the legal ramifications to the city is if there was a lawsuit brought for those cameras. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
Mayor?
Yes.
Is it, I'm sorry. Ms. Riley, before you come up, is it all right if I ask Ms. Cott, have we fully considered all of those legal ramifications and investigated that situation?
I'm not sure if it's the same technology, so.
I would have to see what the actual issues are in Georgia. I know when the contract was signed, there is some indemnity clauses in the contract, and the company also is committed to legal representation. So if there was an issue that was brought up, they will help defend whatever the case may be, whether it's at the county court level for the actual citation that's written, or whether it would be something then that would come after the city or the company at that point.
Thank you.
Is that 100% indemnification or?
I don't know, I'd have to go back and read. If Juliana was here, if we actually brought the contract with us, we could read through the contract. But it passed the scrutiny of our purchasing department and legal when they read the contract at the last council meeting.
Thank you. Someone else? Yes. Ms. Riley?
As usual and always, Mayor Ron Anderson, Councilman, Councilwoman, Debbie Riley, 207 Combs Manor Court. I want to tell Chief Beige, you did an amazing presentation. I'm one that believes in best practices. So I think you did a really great job in presenting, but also just, speaking on behalf of, I'm looking at more of the vulnerable population when it comes to the photo enforcement within the school zone. When I say vulnerable population, I'm talking about our children. And so I look at it as a child's safety matter. And I think that, this is an amazing way of protecting our children. One, during school hours, you have quite a few children within our community that are there, whether they're walking to and from school, and we see it a lot. And I'm with you, Bryce. Probably older than you, but I walked a lot too in this area. Walking to and from school and doing, sport activities and things like that. So there was a lot of activity, and I noticed during the day hours. Just going through Choctaw area and my work location being there. So I look at those sorts of things, and I see it every day. I see children walking from Pryor to Choctaw, Boys and Girls Club. And so I'm looking at, again, that targeted population, the vulnerability of our children. And so I want to keep our children safe. And I know it's a lot of things have changed, obviously we no longer live in that horse and buggy world, and so there are a lot of things. Councilman Smith, I do understand that, and I specifically said that because you had made a comment, or it could have been also Councilman Meade, about the photos and how things used to be and no longer there, but now we got all these new technology coming into play and photo going through the school district. I would love to see something of that nature happen, but I also understand that if the council need that more information, or you need to have some answers to our local school systems. I do understand that part of it, but I do wish that you all would take into consideration first and foremost the safety of our vulnerable population, which would, to me, is our children. Of course, pedestrians could be, adults as well, but I look at our children and I think it would be an amazing thing for the city to try to keep our children safe during school days. And I would totally 100% would advocate doing school days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, can I get a question real quick?
Sure.
Chief Page, I don't know all the legislation as good as you do, but to Ms. Riley's point, there's a lot of activities, extracurricular, those kind of things. Are we allowed to enforce that outside of?
No, we get a half hour before and after school, so it has to be it's from when the school zone starts throughout the school day to when the school zone ends. Okay. And the school zone generally starts a half hour before the start of school time.
Well, you answered it. I just didn't know if we could expand the scope to try to impact the behavior even more.
In other states, it is expanded to talk about after-school sports or sporting events and everything else, but Florida is very defined, and it's a half hour after.
Thank you.
All right. Anyone else from the public wish to speak? Council, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, so move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Unless Nick wants to read that.
Been moved by Councilman Jeter, second by Councilman Meade to approve photo speed enforcement times in school zones. Any further comment?
We've spoke about it enough, no sir.
Mr. Elder.
I do want to add too, though, that I think we had all kind of talked about it, Elliott Point, Hughes and Ferry, and then that Mr. Schmidt brought up of Oakwood Academy over there, asking them to go back and check that data and run those scenarios over there, because I think that is also a potential area that could be pretty valuable. So as long as this is enough in this motion to add those two things, I will support the motion.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Smith.
Chief, I got good news for you, because our conversation earlier, I told you got your work cut out in convincing me, but you didn't convince me, Mr. Berry did. And the reason Mr. Berry just convinced me is because I haven't heard any complaints about this. I haven't seen anything. So naturally, my reaction goes to, what's the motive here? When this legislation gets passed, then we start getting emails from the companies that provide this. I understand what they're doing. They're trying to get their product out so they can be a profitable company. You know, I haven't heard anybody up here until I heard Mr. Berry say that she gets phone calls all the time about speeding over there. So she has heard it, and I tend to believe what she has to say in that aspect, so I will support it. You know, and I would also agree with Mr. Allegretto. If the plan was going to do this, it only makes sense to do it uniformly and across everywhere we can get one. I don't know, it just seems like it doesn't make a lot of sense to not do it uniformly. So I don't know if that threshold is that's where they do put one, or they don't put one, or they will put one there if there's less than that. But it seems like, to me, the more uniform that we can make it, the better off that I think that we're going to be. But I will support it, and I think one little thing I'll throw in there is that I think that the reason they're not legal on regular roads is because I think that if the legislator tried to pass that, everybody would be down there with their pitchforks and torches and stuff like that. So hopefully this goes well. So I'm going to support the motion, though.
Thank you, sir. Other comments?
I'm going to support it. The best part of my day is taking my children to school, as do other people. But there's people walking in places you wouldn't expect them to be walking to school, and I think it not only protects the children that are in school, but those that are surrounding them. The crossing guards that are there in the cold and the rain and the wind, and this will facilitate putting some funding to them. And I know that there's always concerns, but I think that the benefits outweigh those concerns, and knowing that we can pull back on this if it has unintended consequences, even though it was a well-intended push, that makes me feel better. So I will support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Other council comments? Council, please vote.
You were the real second.
And it does pass 7-0. Thank you, council. Folks, it's 8 o'clock. I'm going to move for a 10-minute break. Take a 10-minute potty break, and we'll come back at 8:10.
You're doing
I know, yeah. Sometimes it gets, sometimes there's no
All right, we're going to come back to order. We're going to start with item 12.3, interlocal agreement between Okaloosa County and the City of Fort Walton Beach for design of the Around the Mound project. Mr. Presetti.
Thank you. So yeah, this is an item we're pretty excited about. We've been working with Okaloosa County, their staff on this item and this request, and they do have a representative here tonight as well if you have any county specific questions. So what this is, it's a request for interlocal agreement with Okaloosa County for a TRIP grant, which is the Transportation Regional Incentive Program. So this is regarding related to Around the Mound. So I think we're all aware of Around the Mound and the project and the process to date. Currently it's in the PD&E phase, and we're expecting that the PD&E study will be completed later this year. Following that, the next phase, the next step in the process is to go into design of Around the Mound. And so at this moment, although the project ranks highly on the TPO's plan, it is not funded in the 5-year award program with FDOT for design. So really we've got that gap there right now. This TRIP grant is where we're hoping is going to come in and really bridge that gap and could substantially speed up the process here. What this grant is requesting is it's a grant to go towards design that requires a local match. And in working with the county, they have offered to cover half of that local match. So out of a full project design estimate of $2.7 million, the half of that of 1.35 million, the city would cover half of that half, 25% of the project total, and we would be looking at $675,000 from the city, $675,000 from the county. This item did go to the county commission last week and went good through there. So this step is looking at working on this interlocal, applying for the TRIP grant application, which those deadlines for the TRIP grant, that deadline is the end of this week, just in a couple of days from now, which is why this is here in front of you all tonight and why it was at the county commission last week. And so with that, what this would do is effectively speed up the design and the process, moving Around the Mound forward by probably at least 5 years or so. As I said, it's not currently in the FDOT's 5-year work plan. If this was approved and we did move forward and did receive this grant, we'd be looking at design kicking off 1 year from now, beginning of 2026, and then moving forward over a couple of year span into the late 2020s as it moves into design and right-of-way acquisition and all, and then working on funding the actual construction of the project. So well, that's the commitment and the required match for this TRIP grant application. However, also in addition to that, the Safe Streets and Roads for All funding that Daniel discussed at the last meeting on a few different items. In addition to what we're working on at city level, the county has also going through and has a county plan in place. And US 98 North Shore Parkway falls within the SS4A plan, which makes it eligible for funding through that pot of money as well. And so what we're looking at is, if we do move forward with this specific request, is also looking at the SS4A funding and seeing if that funding could potentially even cover our share of this match, to reduce or remove that out-of-pocket expense. If it doesn't go there, that funding is also available for Around the Mound as it moves into the next phases of it as well. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them, as well as our county representative, Scott, here. With that, staff does respectfully recommend the City Council's authorization for the mayor to execute this proposed interlocal agreement between Okaloosa County and the City of Fort Walton Beach for the design of the Around the Mound project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from council for Mr. Presetti? Mr. Berry?
Last year, didn't we approve a large amount of money for the Around the Mound project?
Yes, we had the, what was 100,000?
Yeah, 125 or something.
Yes,
like
around there. That could go into this. I was actually talking with our finance director as well about this funding. We do have this money, we did have that allocated. We do have a normal fund balance and reserves and CRA that could go towards this as well as needed, but we could combine that as well. That was for design, that's what we discussed at that time.
That was pledged, but we've never spent
Correct.
that.
This will.
It was pledged, but we've never spent that.
Oh, okay, but we did, okay,
Yes.
I needed clarification. I remember, but I couldn't
Yes.
answer that.
Absolutely.
Other comment, Mr. Mead?
I should have asked before, and I'm sorry, but will this be for the flyover option? Do we have a?
It's going to be based on the PD&E study that we received later this year. We don't have a final selected route alternative yet, but it would be for the design, which route is selected.
And I assume if we move forward with this tonight, it would be a good show of communities, in addition to financial support and moving it up on the timeline, it would also show community support to the state saying, we would like for you to come to our community and improve our roads.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Mr. Smith?
I'll shed a little light on that for you. So there has not been a route selected yet. That's going to be once the PD&E is completed. The timeline on that is November of this year. The PD should be, actually they said in August it's going to be completed, but it won't be signed off by FDOT until November. So November is when we'll actually find out which route has been selected. Where we're at currently right now, there is no funds out there through the TPO to fund the design of it, and this is the 5-year work plan. So the next 5 years after the PD&E happens, unless we come out of the pocket the 2.7 million ourselves, nothing's going to happen in the next 5 years. So essentially what's happened is with this TRIP grant and the Safe Streets for All grant, we're leveraging those dollars as well as the county to fund that 2.7. Those grants going to cover 50% of it, and then we're going to be responsible for 25, and the county is going to be responsible for 25. And once we get that done, it'll actually advance the project. Now I know Chris said 5 years. Kind of what FDOT and what Candace at TPO said, probably closer to 18 to 24 months is potentially what it's going to advance this project, which according to both of them it's very unheard of to advance a project. Normally all the projects are on a list, they're fighting, everybody's fighting over those dollars. So we're presented with a unique opportunity here to advance a government project that we all know that usually when the government's involved, it takes a lot longer to get things done. So this is, I feel like this is kind of like a once in a lifetime deal that we got right here. I'm pretty excited about this, especially after hearing there's what, $5 billion out there available for infrastructure upgrades, and we got to get as much of it as we can. So I'm excited about this. I'd form it in a question to make Nick happy, but I just can't because I'm too excited, to be honest with you.
Is that true?
Other comments from council or questions for Mr. Presetti? Mr. Walker?
The design of Around the Mound project, $2.7 million. Tell me a little about the depths of the design. I mean, in my mind, I go from pretty pictures showing trees and buildings to utilities. Obviously, curious if they will be, considering the elevated approach or the ground approach, or they leave that up to us and just say, here's your path, kind of thing. But I really want to hear on $2.7 million, is it going to give us utilities, easements? I don't know. What's the depth of it?
Yes, as far as which alternative, I think that's what Councilman Smith kind of mentioned with PD&E there, that, once November comes, and we'll know for a route, this design will get it to 100% completed design ready for construction. There are steps, phases, 30%, 60%, that's a process to get through, but, at the end, it'll be, ready, full 100% design plans for this project.
And then this TRIP and this TRIP grant and everybody fighting for money, I'm assuming that the same people that are fighting for money are fighting for the TRIP grant too, right? I mean, wouldn't it make sense that they're in there fighting with us for a TRIP grant as well? Those who don't have, that we're competing with?
You're right, it is a competitive grant. There's no guarantee that we get this, so what we're looking for tonight is just the commitment that if the state does say, hey, we're incentivizing communities to invest in transportation, that this project, I think it scores really well. I mean, we kind of check all the boxes as far as it being on a SIS route. It's on a strategic infrastructure highway. It just really checks all the things the state's looking for in this funding. And the price is about right. I mean, they're not looking with the TRIP grants to fund, $50 million worth of things. That's the Safe Routes for All grant, the SS4A, that would possibly come in on the after part of that. But for the TRIP grants, they're looking for $1 million here, $1 million there. They probably have $5 or $6 million across the panhandle that they've got for the TRIP grants. And so this would be a really competitive application, score well, and if they approve it around the award announcements usually come around right before Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Other questions from council? Anyone from the public wish to speak on this? Council, can we get a motion?
Mayor, make a motion to authorize the mayor to execute the proposed interlocal agreement between Okaloosa County and City of Fort Walton Beach for the design of the Around the Mound project.
Second.
It's been moved by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to approve the interlocal agreement between Okaloosa County and the City of Fort Walton Beach for design for the Around the Mound project. Further comments?
Yeah, it's not very often that you spend $675,000 and you're excited about it. The reason I'm excited about it is because the overall project's $2.7 million. So this is as cheap as it's going to get for the City of Fort Walton Beach, covering 25% of the cost of this. I think that we've got a great opportunity to be able to get this grant with this. This being number 2 on the TPO's priority list, and I think we're probably going to hopefully get an extra boost with the transportation issues in the area that we're having with the bases. There's a big emphasis right now on making sure that these bases are mission ready and they can get people to the bases within 30 minutes. And they just added Destin into, I call it a DMA because that's what we use in the automotive business, but the area of where they need to get people from Destin into Hurlburt Field in 30 minutes. And I believe that this project is going to help solve that problem, and I hope that we can continue to have some conversations with some base commanders and some of the people at the federal level that can help push this through for us. Words from the FDOT people at the last TPO meeting, this is as close as we've ever been to getting Around the Mound done. And I like when I hear things like that, so I am 100% in full support of this.
Thank you, sir. Other comments?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like to just echo what Travis said, as well as, the scope of transportation traffic management is huge. I know this project also brings a vibrant environment to our canvas downtown, which has its value and benefits, but Chris did a really good job of presenting it and running it through very crisp, monotone type style, but I really do think somewhere the confetti should be dropping, and I say that with some seriousness, because like Travis said, this really is a once in a lifetime. This is huge, and $2.7 million, and we're on the hook for $675. We're going to have to pay for. I say we're going to have to, if we want to take serious transportation management, traffic management, improving it. We're on the hook for paying for this product anyways. So I'm excited about hopefully the rest of the council unanimously supporting this and getting this going down the road. Pun intended.
Thank you, sir.
I'm going to support it. I appreciate the county being a partner and being here tonight. We need community support. We need to be touching this as many times as possible to continue our unwavering support for the Around the Mound, whichever exact form it may take. Nonetheless, we need the help down there, so I will support it, and thank Mr. Smith for being on the boards and going to the meetings and informing us, so thank you.
Mr. Barry.
I'm in full support of this also. I was at the meeting at the TPO, and I've heard from both base commanders, they're in support, and they'll do whatever they can to help us eliminate or reduce the traffic flow, especially on Hurlburt. from Holbrook to Destin area.
Thank you. Mr. Jeter?
Definitely in full support of it, and I'm with Councilman Schmidt. There should be confetti because we're getting this project moved up 2 years, like Councilman Smith said. To move a government project up, that is strong. That's really, really, really great news.
All right, council, please vote.
I just have to look to see.
Does pass unanimously. Thank you, council. All right, let's go to item 12.4, discussion of the Charter Review Committee. Ms. Cobb?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. So this agenda item contemplates a discussion with you all as to whether to convene a charter review committee. In the past, typically the way you have amended the charter is council makes recommendations and we go through the state process where ultimately after you pass an ordinance it goes to a vote. This process would still include that later, but it just starts out differently rather than council just making suggestions about amendments and seeing how the public feels about it. Here, you could convene a committee to review the entire charter. Some of the information is outdated in it and probably needs some updating. You can convene a committee by each of you appointing a resident, and then that committee would review the charter. You could make, you could request that the committee look at particular issues, or they could just go through it all themselves. But at the end of the day, they'd be a sunshine committee. The public would be involved in the process. They'd come back to you with non-binding recommendations, and then you would review those recommendations. And if you desire to proceed with them, that's when the process we're all accustomed to would go back into play. You would pass an ordinance, and then the voters would decide at referendum whether to pass the amendments.
Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from the council for Ms. Cobb? Mr. Smith?
So the Charter Review Committee would be the ones reviewing the current existing charter, even with all the outdated things and getting them in line. That's not something that we could have you do.
If it's just that, yes, the city attorney can certainly do that. I can go through and pull out the outdated language. Some of it had to do with old elections that are no longer applicable because we have March instead of November now. Things like that. Right now, we just ignore them because they don't apply. But we could take them out. But if there are more substantive issues, that's when you would want a committee to look at kind of policy and bigger things. So I'm just saying they would probably do both if you did convene them.
Okay.
Mr. Schmidt?
Just to make sure, whatever the Charter Review Committee were to recommend back to council, and the council did approve the recommendations, tweak some things, ultimately it still has to go to referendum.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. And if you do create this committee, you're going to be in control of how it's set up. What we would do is put together a resolution that describes how they're appointed, what their duties are, the parameters, the process, and then we take, council would look at that resolution and approve it and make any changes. And, ultimately, you're in control the whole time. But they would be doing a lot of the work for you. The public would have a lot of participation and opportunity to, talk with that committee in addition to council.
Thank you. Mr. Meade?
If you're willing to take the first shot at it for maybe not a good, to refine some of the stuff that's not policy, that's not, but is simply antiquated, should that perhaps be the first step, and then bring that back to us for all of us to review and determine, what policy type things we want to form a committee to change?
We can certainly do that. That's certainly one way to handle it.
I just,
if there was a committee,
a great job of it.
I mean, if there is a committee though, I would be in that process because usually the city attorney, or there are entities, the city clerk was telling me, where an outsider can come in and moderate or manage that committee, or the city attorney can do it. But either way, there's another entity involved that's assisting the committee. But could I go through the charter? Of course, and we already have. We already know what most of those things are, and that can be taken to council as well. But I did have a council member inquire about the committee, and that's why it's on the agenda.
Okay. Mr. Walker?
So, couple of things there. Yeah, I definitely think if it does get turned over to a committee, to have it cleaned up, trimmed up, clean, before it lands in their hands, so that they're not having to get in there and start discussing things that need to be removed anyway. So kind of cleaning it up there. But I'm interested in the amendments 2009, 15, and 22, familiar with the ones in 24. Those, if I understood how you started out, those were just implemented by council. An issue came up and they said, hey, we might need to amend the charter. They did a resolution here without a committee, correct? It was just all done by council, correct?
I don't know if they passed a resolution, but they would have prepared an ordinance
and put it on it's up for vote, because that's how we change it.
It always goes to referendum.
Goes to referendum. So no previous councils have utilized a citizens committee.
So that was the question I asked the city clerk, because in her knowledge, there hadn't been one. I didn't find one. I don't think we've ever found that a committee has been utilized before, correct, Kim?
Not that I have found.
Yeah.
And I'm just first blush on this. I mean, I don't think there's anybody better in the community than us up here to be that committee. We are the ones to review the charter, see how it's been working in our lives and the lives of citizens that are before us. And if it means a workshop, and we involve them. But I feel that charter review, I like that the charter review committee is the city council, and if there's something that we've experienced or believe could be improved, we're to task citizens and a whole nother group of involving your time or those others that may be involved with it. Just seems like a whole lot, when I think we as a council would benefit most by really digging in and being a part of that change directly instead of it being recommended to us. But that's just me, so I'm in favor of it remaining a city council function instead of a committee function.
Other comments from council? Questions for Ms. Cotton? Anyone want to make a motion on how we should proceed?
I'll make a motion. I recommend the city attorney be directed to prepare an establishment resolution for city council consideration, so that such committee would be appointed after the election for the new city council in March 2025.
Second.
All right, it's been moved by Councilman Smith and seconded by Councilman Allegretto. And I'll let you restate your motion, Travis.
Prepare an establishment resolution for the council consideration in April 2025, so that such committee would be appointed after election of the new city council in March 2025.
Got it.
I would like to see us tighten up the existing before we put it in the hands of a charter review committee. That way we're focusing on what improvements that we can make, not what quote unquote old trash may be in there or may not be in there. I don't want to waste anybody's time. I'm the one that asked for this. I think that the more that we can get the public involved, the better off that we are. Ultimately, at the end of the day, this is a committee that's going to make a recommendation. Us seven up here are still going to be able to have the discussion and vote on this stuff. So if they make a recommendation that a majority of this board doesn't agree with, we don't have to follow through on that recommendation. But I think that keeping the governing document of this city current and up to date and involving the people that technically own the city, which would be the residents, is nothing but a good thing. So if we've got anybody that we're willing to appoint to that, they're willing to spend their time, I'm willing to listen to it and give them the opportunity to be a part of the process.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments?
Yeah, I wholeheartedly agree with involving members of the community here, and it's always so good to get other people's eyes and ears and brains involved in these kind of situations, because we can sit here and look at it and say, oh, well, this should probably be a little different, or this should. But when you get people involved that participate in our city, that care about our city, that live in our city, and you put them together in a room, you're going to get some different ideas than the seven of us may have. So having that review committee look at that document, go over that document, and I strongly agree to get rid of all the old-timey language about plows and horses and things of that nature as well, so their time is not wasted. So I appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Any other comments from Mr. Meany?
And I would hope that, as Mr. Walker suggests, perhaps if he wanted to fill the position as opposed to appointing someone, that wouldn't prohibit a council member from standing on the board, or would that violate the intent of what you're looking to achieve here?
It's not that, I just have to think through the sunshine issues, because he'd be on the two boards. I can look into that. In theory, it's okay.
Okay, if the other one was subject to sunshine, I would just assume that, but either way, I
He'd
wouldn't
be
opposed
limiting
to
his
it.
ability as a council member to talk with the committee outside of the public. So those residents wouldn't be able to speak with him.
Any other questions,
Limitations
comments
on
from
himself.
council? Council, please vote. And it does pass 6-1. Thank you, council. Let's go on to item 12.5, acceptance of resignation of city manager, Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, as you all know, on December 30th, I accepted a position with Oklahoma County's Facility and Parks Director. Notified all members of council that day. It is in my contract that 60-day notice. I'm asking council for my last day to be the 24th of January. Obviously, I'm not moving out of town or anything, so I'll be more than happy to help. As I've told the staff and members of council, it's 2 weeks from now, a year from now, 10 years from now, I'll always be available for the city.
Thank you, sir. Understand. Council, make the motion.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
I was going to make a comment, but I'm afraid that I can't make a comment right now.
Go for it, man. I'm not running this meeting. The gatekeeper over there. I'm not running this meeting.
I'd like to thank you for your service to the city. You've done a great job. You've done a wonderful job with Parks and Recreation. You've done a wonderful job with the city as whole. You've just had a great career here, and we appreciate what you've done. I was very nervous hearing what that you're moving from us, but know that you're going to do a great job for the county and expand the lives of everyone around here. And until a little earlier today, I was very nervous about who was going to fill your shoes, but we've got some great applicants that seem ready, willing, able to move immediately. So I'd be inclined to accept your resignation. And I can make that into
Second. Go ahead and make that into a motion.
I move that we accept Mr. Peters' recommendation.
Second.
Resignation.
And waive the contractual 6, I'm assuming as staff's
Yes,
recommendation.
yes.
Second.
All right, so it has been moved by Councilman Meade and seconded by Councilman Jeter to accept the resignation of Mr. Peters effective January 24th, 2025. Further comment?
And waive the 60.
And waive the 60.
Yeah, and waive this, that's right, and waive the,
Yeah, I don't want to get too mushy with it. As Councilman Meade, I think everybody in this room could probably go on forever about you and what your family have done for this community. And as much as we hate to make that motion and second it, I wish you nothing but the best. And I know that you and everyone in your family will answer the phone and help us any way you can in the city, whether it's Parks and Recs or a city meeting or staff or what have you. I go back to 2 years ago when we made a motion to bring you up here. I think it was the former Mayor Mike Anderson that actually said we're losing a lot of talent to the county and named a few people. And unfortunately, you're now on that daggone list. But thank you and wish you nothing but the best.
thank you, sir. Other comments from council?
Yeah, it's been a good 8 years. We've developed a lot professionally but before we can give Jeff credit, a lot of that began with Mr. and Miss Peters. And, what they did for this city and that council at the time, and really birthed the recreational programming that we have that Jeff was able to succeed with and pass on. And the city got you for 20 years to continue that vision. And it's going to be neat to see. It's a win-win for everybody. It's a win for the city. It's a win for the county. It's a win for your family. And now you're going to be responsible to stewarding and managing and making sure Mr. Brady back there continues the vision throughout the county. So where I'm going with this is that I'm very optimistic. I really am. I know it's going to be discouraging not having you in the meetings and our professional relationship over the last 8 years. I don't know how that's developed. But on an optimistic front, I'm very encouraged about the chapter you and your family, as well as the county and the city's going into. You know, I just envision just the tourist development district expansion that's happened countywide, and all the partnerships, like Mr. Mead mentioned a little while ago about the partnerships through the county from a transportation management standpoint. These things don't happen without the appropriate partnerships. I think it's business as usual, and I think we'll continue to do great things because of your vision and your leadership at that job category, directly impacting the city. I really do believe that. So I'm excited about, you know, the position that you're going to be taking, not only for yourself personally, but for the county as well as your family. And thank you for all the years of service. It really means a lot. It really does. So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith?
Yeah, I just can't tell you how much I've grown to have a lot of respect for you over the last 2 years. You know, I know I'm probably not the easiest council person to deal with up here. And, you know, it's funny with me, you know, the things that we agree on are not what build respect. You know, with me, it's the things that we disagree on. And I appreciate your ability to disagree with me and on things and us be able to talk them out. And, you know, you stand where you stand and I stand where I stand, and it not affect anything personally. That's what I have a lot of respect for, and I appreciate everything that you've done to get us to the point that we are. I guess the best thing about this is technically we're losing you, but we're really not losing you. So I'm excited for all the partnerships that we're going to have in the future, for, you know, hopefully, you know, being able to work with you in your new capacity and our parks and recs and facilities in the city, and I'm excited for that. So I appreciate everything that you've done, and you know, I wish you the best for sure. Thank you very much.
Mr. Walker?
Well, he may not be the artist, I'm probably the hardest. And I too appreciate our ability to have discussions and disagreements and agreements, and congratulations on the retirement, congratulations on the new position that you're going to be taking there, where they've all said it. We know that you're going to be doing great things there at the county. We'll see you around. Congratulations on making it to the pinnacle of a municipality. You know, for the 20 years you've invested here, you've made it to the top, and now you're moving on to the county. And so wish you nothing but the best of luck there. I know you'll do great things there too. So thank you for your service.
Thank you. General?
So the first time I met you or heard of you was I was working at the radio station, and our promotions director at the time said, "Hey, we've got a meeting coming up. The hot guy from the city's coming up. He's really good." And I said, "All right." And then he walked in, and I said, "Look, I'm not a good judge of that, but I'm a pretty decent judge of character." And she was right about him being good at his job. At that time, obviously, was a parks director. And so the things that you've accomplished in your 20 years here, you can always look back on and say, man, that's something that we were able to accomplish together. And you did that by bringing all of these people together. The city employees, councils over those 20 years, different city managers, etc. And I know you'll do the same for the county. You've done a great job here, and I'm obviously sad to lose you, but I know you'll still be involved in the community, so thanks, man. Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Mr. Berry?
Yes, I've watched you grow from a little bitty thing, and I'm proud that you're going to follow your passion, and Parks and Recreation is your passion.
Thank you.
And I know you're going to do well.
Thank you.
All right. Bryce? Any more?
No, sir, I think we've all said it.
I think we have to. Jeff, the city's loss is the county's gain. But I know you're not going far, and you're always going to be, we can reach out and touch you, and you're still going to do great things for the city as well as the county. It's a win-win, as somebody else said. So thank you. Hey, we need to vote on this. Motion's been made and seconded, but council, we need to vote. Please vote.
If we have to.
What?
Was it? Mr. Mead made the motion and Mr. Jeter seconded it. Does pass unanimously. Thank you, council, and thank you, Jeff, for great 20 years.
Thank you for all the support. This council, the councils before me, the city managers before me, all the directors, the staff. It's been an amazing run. Thank you.
Thank you. All right.
Do we need a motion to have a party? Like a going away party or something?
We can do that. We can do that.
Not as long as it's $49,999.99.
Can you still can you make a party happen?
Oh, item 12.6, acting city manager recruitment and selection process. Terry Frankston, you're on.
Good evening, Council. Terry Frankston, City of Fort Walton Beach HR Department. So I'm here really as a two-part process. The first is to find a temporary interim to replace the city manager. Jeff Peters in the second. We'll look at a permanent replacement. But I'd like to start it out too to just say, Jeff, you've been a great boss, good mission, and I wish you absolutely the best. Okay? So we've got a couple options here. As we mentioned, we started out that the city's basically going to replace the city manager. And we've got to fill it permanently within 180 days. We have two 90-day sections to go ahead and fill that position. And so I've reached out and I've worked through FCCMA, the Florida City and Council Management Association, to get some options for the city in terms of providing an interim city manager. And I'll get into that in a little bit, but I'll read through this. So I've been working with FCCMA. The city council may consider appointing a staff member while the 180-day acting city manager or permanent city manager is hired. The city manager has spending approval for purchases between $20,000 and $49,999, as Councilmember Smith mentioned. If an acting city manager is not selected, the authority needs to be set up so that we can get somebody temporarily assigned, either another staff member or increase the finance director's authority to go ahead and approve spending while the city manager is being filled, either interim or the permanent position. There's no cost through FCCMA to help us provide names, and I'll kind of go through those in a few minutes. So I'd like to start out to just get a recommendation in terms of the interim position, just the 2 weeks or so until we can fill an interim for that, whether we want to assign somebody with the city to deal with the spending and approval authorization, or do we just go ahead and make a motion tonight to try and get a temporary interim immediately in here? Okay. Some of the names that I've reached out that has been provided through FCCMA, it has been a couple local city managers. We have a gentleman here, Lance Johnson, who is a former City of Destin city manager. We also have Robert Armfeld. He's a member, retired Air Force. And then we have Bobby Durrell, who's a local businessman that also works in the general area. We provided the resumes and the information through the city attorney on this one. So I'm just trying to get some direction to do. We want to look at what we currently have. And I've also got a list of another 30 plus through FCCMA that we can reach out to and approach and see if they're interested in coming on board to do the temporary interim spot. A couple others have also reached out. Chris Holly, who used to be a Okaloosa County administrator, said he might be interested, but he'd like to gather a little bit more information. And then a gentleman named Lee Gardner, who was a Sneed city manager. So I've got a lot of opportunities here, whether we want to stay local, whether you want to reach out and bring a handful of people in to meet from the council. And I know we have 3 on site today that I'm aware of that we could consider. So just some advice, direction from council, where we're going to go from here.
Mr. Alvarado.
So if you're looking for advice, I think it's important that we're talking about somebody who has that kind of background. You know, when we were looking to hire Jeff and we got all these people that were sending applications from across the country, and we had that firm and we paid all that money, and it was very important. I remember at the time of the board, and obviously it was a little bit different makeup of that board, but just that we had somebody that had a background, you know, in government and running an organization and being a part of a large organization like that. So, you know, I'm encouraged by all of the people that have reached out. I'm very impressed with many of their resumes, and I would probably look to, go in the direction of hiring somebody with that kind of experience. So that's just my initial 2 cents. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, the original minimum qualifications on that was 4 years in city government experience, city manager preferred, and ideally minimum bachelor's and preferred master's degree in public administration.
Out of the people that are interested in the temporary job, how many of them are also interested in the permanent job?
I have no idea on that. And they're here, we can ask them on that?
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoever's here, can we ask
Okay,
them?
yeah, you guys want to comment? You want to start with Lance?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Lance Johnson. I was the city manager over in Destin for 5.5 years and worked there for 20 in Parks, so Jeff and I share a lot in common. I would consider the permanent job. That's not what I was originally asked. When I got the phone call, I was asked about stepping in on a temporary basis. I talked to my wife and my daughter, and they were all for it. But we didn't really go to that next step yet. But I would absolutely consider it if that's what the council wished. There's some great candidates here. I got to meet them. So I wish you guys a lot of luck because you got some good candidates to choose from. So thank you.
Robert, I want to go next, sir. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, council members, Jeff. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. And so I'm about 6 days into this and learning all about city management. I've had a chance to talk to about 12 or so folks to explore the opportunity. At this stage, my wife and I are still considering the opportunity. We're not ready to make a decision at this point for either one of the positions. Thank you.
Thanks, sir.
I'll speak.
Mayor, Council, Dennis Reeves. I didn't realize that this process was moving forward so quickly with Mr. Peters shortening his notice period, which is no problem, but I had a call this morning, and that's the reason I'm here this evening. I didn't realize there was you guys were receiving resumes based on this, but I think most of you know me pretty well. I served as a council member here at the city for nearly 6 years. I had a small business here locally, as many of you know. I've known some of you for most of your lives. But I thought I'd be remiss if I didn't come down and offer my services, only on an interim basis for the short period of time that you guys are going to need somebody. To kind of facilitate what you guys need. You guys have your own businesses to run. You're busy, just as a buffer for staff. I have no interest in the long-term position. When I was here prior, we hired Mr. Burns. We lost Joyce Shanahan. We went through that process. We also hired Mr. Beatty for that selection. So I did have some experience with that, and it can be a pretty grappling experience of doing that. I also think that you guys need to focus on that and not worry about having to see who's sitting interimly in that chair. Just tonight, we had the gym owner. It's something that Mr. Peters will have to follow up on quickly because he's going to be leaving his slot. Those types of things, small things that are important to the citizen and need to be taken care of quickly, need to be handled by somebody. Somebody that knows what you guys do up there and knows what Mr. Peters does to some effect. My real estate company now allows me the time to have the flexibility to, serve for you guys or with you guys in one way or another. I'm only here to offer you an option. Somebody that knows the community. I know many of you. I've helped you and worked with you in many different capacities, either when you've run, gotten to know Mr. Jeter better. But I'd like for you to consider me as your interim, just your interim, no more than the 90-day period. And if that becomes a motion in some way, you could make that part of it so that you would hold me to that. But one thing it does is it gives you clarity. It doesn't allow some of these other fantastic candidates to build a relationship with you so that when you begin to really address these guys that are coming before you for a career, which I am not, you can give them the real full effect and the real shaking out of what they're here for. We all had a relationship with Mr. Peters. As I worked with him 10 years ago, he was fantastic. I hate to see him leave. We haven't always seen eye to eye where he's come from or where he's going, but we respect each other for where we are. I think not having someone that you're, like I said, beginning to build a relationship with is important in your decision-making process because I, too, want to see Fort Walton do nothing but great things, and I think there's a lot going on and we need help. So I won't keep it any longer, but Mr. Meehan?
I think I know the answer to this, but are you up to date with the city issues? What?
Pretty well. I have I watch the meetings, and as you guys know, I'm not in the audience every time. The reason I do that is, and I've kept that, I haven't been here since the fire assessment fee. I felt real strongly about that, and I came and spoke before you on that. That was the last time I've been at this lectern. The reason I don't come on a regular basis, but I'm always watching, is because I feel like you guys don't need some old council member sitting out here, armchair quarterback on what you should do. I didn't like it when I was up there, when guys that would come before me and had real strong opinions. I want you to govern the way you see fit and steer the community where it needs to be. And I didn't want to do that. That's a personal thing. I don't fault those guys for coming and doing that. But I felt, like I said, I felt strongly about coming this evening and at least offering myself if you can use me. I'd be glad to serve, is all there is to it. So thank you. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Reeves, you said 90 days, but it's actually
if
up
it ends
to
up
100,
being that, yeah.
180 you would
Mr. Warren,
be.
you know my situation. I'm more flexible. If it ends up being 60 days, I'm fine with that. If it's 120 days, I'm fine with that too. I think it's a luxury that Mr. Peters is in such a good position that he says, hey, he's a phone call away. You know, I mean, he has a great staff. We all know that. I mean, I have a lot of experience with a lot of these people as well. They're fantastic people. And you and whoever ends up helping in the interim and obviously in the long term, they'll be meeting these people. So it's just like as we called on Mr. Meade to serve when we lost a good council member in Mr. Patrick. We had a conversation during that, and I said, John brings a very calm demeanor. He saw him tonight. I mean, everybody knows Mr. Meade has a great demeanor, but that's what you're looking for, very balanced, level-headed individual, which I like to think I am. I mean, you guys have known me for a long time. But
And I'm not running again, and neither are you.
That's exactly right. And again, I want you to keep in mind that I'm here more for the interim. I don't really want the interim slot. And I'd answer any questions that you guys have. Was able to talk to several of you today just to talk about it. If you have anything for me, I'll be in the audience. But
Can I just ask you a question? You said someone called you this morning. Was it Jeff that called you?
Yeah, Jeff called and said, will you fill it? No, it's a couple of community members just called.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And like I said, I didn't really realize it was so quickly until I looked at the agenda. I said, oh my gosh, I want this tonight, you guys. That's why, Mr. Chair, sorry to get you. I would have turned in.
I didn't realize you were here. So.
Yeah, I would have turned in a resume for you, but I didn't realize that was required. And again, I mean, it's not like I have an experience with you guys. I mean, Mr. Rogers and I served together. So, I mean, we know one another. We're from the community as I am. Something that I just wanted to give it food for thought. I appreciate you guys listening to me and something for you to talk about in your session. I'm here for you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be with you. Sure. Thank you, sir.
Mayor and Rainier City Council members, thank you for your time tonight and your consideration. I have thrown in my resume. I would say when I first talked to Mr. Franksman about the position, I told him, hey, I think it's two different things that you have to look for. There's the interim guy, and then there's the long-term guy. And initially, I came to him and I said, that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to throw in my name. I'm sure you can find pedigrees. I'm sure you can find people out there with tons of government experience. What I bring is a lifetime of consulting experience, a lifetime of business experience. I bring a family that came here in 1947 and has been a part of this community ever since. And although I live right outside of the city limits today, I still call this place home. This is what built me. This is where I found my ground. This is where I built a life that I could go on and do. And now as I look at where I'm kind of coming into what I would consider my third act in my journal, I want that to be defined by public service, and I want to give back to the community that is the reason that I'm here today and able to stand. And, just like Dennis said and Mr. Reeves said, I can come at it pretty quickly. I'm consulting. I do project-based work. I know how to get up to speed quickly. I know how to ground things. And I think, what you need right now is a steady hand, right? Somebody that can bring some calm, say, hey, we've got some very real things that are about to start happening. During this 90-day term, we're looking at starting a budget process. We've already talked about setting up, for the next council. We've got the election coming through. We've got charter review. These are all things that need someone that can grab, look at that quickly, set it up, and set it up for what the next chapter of leadership is for the city of Fort Walton in whichever direction that takes. So long-winded way of saying, I look at this at the interim position, if at the end of 90 or 180 days, if it's both the right fit for both of us, then, I would consider it. But to say coming into it today, what I say coming into it today is I'm committed to the next 90 to 180 days with the full-on expectation that this would be handed off to someone else with no malice in my heart and with the preparedness to set them up for all future success and to give back to the city. So, thank you.
Sir.
Sir?
Yes.
Your name, sir?
Bobby Durrell.
Thank you.
Other questions? Mr. Franksman, are there any director level folks in the city who would interested in being the interim?
Mr. Renderson? Go ahead.
I just.
Yeah, not that I'm aware of. Kimberly's reached
Not that
out.
I'm aware of.
Okay, just wanted to ask a question. Go ahead.
Which leads me to the question, if we don't have that internal person, I need to at least ask you the question. Would you be considered to fill that vacancy, not at your attorney billable rate, but like at a prorated amount?
I was thinking the same thing.
At a prorated amount with what our current city manager's salary is.
For how
To
long?
fill that, that's where I'm getting to next. That's where I'm getting to next. Stay with me. Because I feel like this is evolving to making a rush decision for our next interim CEO. Okay? With a lot of fine applicants, with where I'm trying to bridge the gap is if we can get you to fill in from January 24th to when he leaves. We have another meeting on the 28th. I think all of these fine applicants, we continue to vet with the community, continue to vet them, and continue to vet this very important CEO process. January 28th, we task the city attorney's office to negotiate on the January 28th meeting with somebody, whether it's one of these gentlemen or if some of these gentlemen decide to veer off come January 28th, but giving us a due process that this job category deserves. And at that meeting, make a decision on getting the city attorney to negotiate with whoever, fill in the blank. And then at that point, our next meeting, I believe, is February the 11th. So we wouldn't be able to approve whatever the city attorney negotiated with the next applicant until February the 11th. So that gap, before we make a rush decision tonight, on January 28th, give these applicants and the community and us, the stakeholder and the council, to vet this. Can you fill in to bridge that gap until we make that decision on the 28th?
So from the 24th to the 28th? Or, yes, if the council needs me to fill in from the 24th to the 28th or the 24th to the 11th, yes, I can do that. Of course, I can't do beyond that.
Correct.
Because that would be two big roles from the 11th for 90 days I couldn't do, but I could cover those 2 weeks.
Okay. And you feel like your office, with the support that we've seen through, not only you being the magistrate, but with Mr. Burns and but you feel like from the legal front, we would still be good if you were in that position for 2 weeks?
If the council needed that, yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions, or back to you, Terry?
Like I said, I'll take direction. We've got several options on the table. I'm willing to work and proceed as council, wants me to go. So just provide whatever feedback, and I'll do my best to make it happen.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
All right. I'd like to motion to get our city manager, our city attorney in the position of city manager no later than February the 11th at that prorated amount of what our current city manager's salary is for that cost of doing service until council has transitioned an interim city manager.
That's correct. It would be from January 24th to as late as February 11th, those days. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Second.
Okay, been moved by Mr. Schmidt, seconded by Mr. Allegretto. Further discussion?
Yeah, just for what I just mentioned a little while ago, I think we need to go through this due process without having that rushed feeling. I'm completely capable of making a decision tonight, but I lean towards the decision being the one that I proposed to the motion. Ms. Kopp is very familiar with all the directors, very familiar with the city manager that's transitioning out, and she's already been corresponding with all the applicants in the room, so whoever the interim that would be coming in, whoever that person is that we tasked the city attorney's office to negotiate on January 28th, really create a nice transition from her office, that interim city manager, to whoever the council asked the city attorney to go negotiate with on January 28th, with the hopes of having that back and ready to roll by February the 11th. Did I miss anything, city attorney, or anybody else that has any questions? I just want to make sure we're all...
Just one immediate question. If you filled in as the city manager, then someone else from your firm would be the city attorney for that 2 weeks?
However council wants to do it. I mean, I can sit here and do both, so you don't have to have two separate people. For one meeting, we're just talking about the 28th and then the 11th. I mean, I think it's okay. But if you want me to bring Jeff Burns and have both of us here for those 2 meetings, I can.
That's a council decision. It was just a question I had. Mr. Allegretto.
I would just also like to say that I would really appreciate it if Mr. Franksman could compile as many of these people's resumes as possible and share them with our council so that we can reach out individually and speak with them.
And that was the question I was going to ask next. Do you want me to go ahead and compile and find out who's interested?
Yes.
And get everything put together?
Definitely.
I'll submit it to city attorney, and then she can distribute it to council.
1,000%, because we're talking about even 180 days here.
Yeah.
We're not talking about just like no amount of time. And I don't feel comfortable at all putting somebody that has ill intentions or no experience or any number of things in that role to make those decisions for 180 days. So I really would like all of us to take the opportunity to vet all of the people that are applying for this job, whether it's on an interim basis or on a full-time basis. So as much information as you can share with us and as much time as we can devote to reaching out to those people and having those conversations, I'm all for it. I love the idea of having Ms. Kopp do it in the meantime.
And thank you, Ms. Kopp, for being interested.
For volunteering.
For
Happy to
stepping
assist.
up, so thank you.
Because you totally volunteered, it was all your...
I'm happy to assist with
Volunteering
whatever
with
the
pay, I
council
guess,
needs.
I should
And my
say.
understanding is that means on the 28th, Terry's going to have the resumes to the council, and on the 28th,
Before
the
that.
council will make that decision, and then we would negotiate the contract between the 28th and the 11th. So just for the public to understand, if you're interested in the interim city manager position, submit your resume to Terry.
Can we put a date on that so that he can get the resumes to the council before the 28th?
What's your agenda deadline, Kim?
Thursday before the meeting at 2 o'clock?
We have to have it before then, though, that's when it's posted.
Yes.
Let me look at the calendar. It was supposed to be this Friday, but we can give that till like Monday, the 20th.
That's a holiday, so the 21st?
21st.
Tuesday, January 21st.
No, it's just a tough timeline. I mean, I'll reach out to them, but you've got the holiday coming up, and I've got to see people are even interested. That's crunch, but I'll get everything I can get. And we've got about 4 or 5 already. So anyone else that puts them in by that Tuesday?
But I'm going to say, if they don't get it before the 28th, it'd be hard for them to make the decision on the 28th.
Yeah. So Terry, if you want help calling those numbers, I can help you divide
And
and
they said
conquer.
they work with me too, so absolutely, I'll work with you. We'll put this together. Okay.
Mr. Jeter.
Yeah, I will certainly support the motion. I think it's a great idea. Kind of came out of nowhere, and it's kind of like the General himself stated, this is all coming on everybody within 6 days. So he's even got a few questions he wants answered, and we have some people that are, I think Mr. Reeves would be great, and I'm glad that he threw his name in the hat to be the interim. So there's a lot of moving parts here. I definitely think taking a step back, taking a breath for a couple weeks. Thank you for doing that. Thank you for making the motion. I think I'll definitely support it. This gives us all time to make sure we make 2 or 3 good decisions in a row, not a rushed one. So I'll support it.
Thank you, sir.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to support the motion. I had a phone call from an ex-councilman, your husband, that completely changed my thinking on this whole process yesterday. And it was basically warning of the mistakes of councils in the past. And essentially what has happened in the past is everybody that we have made the interim city manager is end up becoming the full-time city manager. And going through this process, I think what we experienced last time is maybe we didn't get as qualified as candidates as we would have had our situation not been what it was. And our situation was, obviously Jeff was the mayor's son-in-law and he was the acting city manager. So people looking at that job would be thinking, hey, there could be, I'm not going to apply for that job because I think that it's already, a foregone conclusion. I can see where that could make sense. And I want the absolute best qualified people that we can applying for this full-time job. And so that has completely changed my mind in this. And so anybody that is here currently right now that is looking for the full-time job, I don't really have any interest in making them the interim city manager from my perspective. I want somebody that does not want the full-time job to be the interim. So that's kind of where I sit at right now, based off of, a conversation from somebody that's been through this a couple times in the past. And, I think that he did enough to change my mind to heed his advice that we need to be looking for a city manager, an interim, that doesn't want to be the full-time city manager. That way we can get the best pool of applicants that we possibly can. So that's why I will not be supporting the motion, because I think that it just leaves it out and open from what we're looking at, in the sense of, continuing to kick the can down the road, figuring out who wants it, who doesn't want it, and I don't know that it's really going to make too much of a difference here in what, a week, 2 weeks, or what are we talking about? So I'm not going to support the motion. I will tell you this right now. The easy choice for me would be to make Dennis the city manager, from the aspect that he has knowledge of the city, he has knowledge of being a council member, he has knowledge of the way that budgets work, and he has intimate knowledge of the, I would say, the hurdles that we are going to attempt to climb here in this budget season, that probably not one person that's going to be applying for this job is going to have any frame of reference from. So that would probably be where I would go, but I don't really care about the interim as much as I care about the permanent, and I want the best applicants that we possibly can, and I don't want somebody to not apply for the job because they think whoever is in that interim position is already in the catbird seat to that job.
Mr. Walker.
Well, yeah, it's all coming so quick, and I really appreciate Travis's comments there. It's just sitting there listening to it all, and I was listening to the motion, and I'm like, well, there's nobody. I mean, I love Miss Cobb and her abilities. I know she could do it, and I was already dreading dealing with 2 people. Now it was going to be 3. She was going to be in there for a week, and then we were going to get another one, and then it was going to be another one, and so I'm definitely leaning, and thank Bobby, Mr. Neighbors, for making that call, because it's made an impact on me as well. I don't want someone who's going to be going for the permanent position, because like you said, I think it does impact those when they think there's someone who's already going to take them out. They may not apply. They say, it's not worth it. I'm not going to do it. So I definitely think tonight's the night that I'm on board with appointing someone tonight that will fill in immediately upon Jeff's departure, maybe even the days up to it. And as Travis mentioned there, I know Mr. Reeves from many years, and I know his involvement in the community and his council here, and he's very experienced in that. And I know he's been involved in all of the politics sense, including the charter amendments, and that's what we as a council are up against right now, facing to get through that problem-solving process. And I've dealt with Mr. Reeves in business and his business acumen and his problem-solving in business is so impressive to me, and so I would definitely be in favor of supporting Mr. Reeves as the interim tonight, with a full understanding and commitment that if it were to come that way, that it is up to 180-day assignment while we're looking for a permanent replacement. So I too will not be supporting the motion for Ms. Cobb, although I do know that she's fully capable. Those are not my reasons. I think it's less traffic in and out if we can appoint one now that stays there till the appointment of the new one. And as Mr. Reeves indicated, if that's 60 days, that's fine. If it's 120 days, that's fine. And we've done our job and our due diligence, and we've got the best applicants. We believe we settle on one, then Mr. Reeves would step aside. So I'd be supporting Mr. Reeves in that tonight. I won't support this motion.
Anyone else want to speak before we vote? Start this end.
I agree with Travis and Payne. I want someone as interim not wanting a permanent job. I've seen over the years what happens otherwise, and I'm in favor of Mr. Reeves. Also, I've known him for quite a while. I know I've seen him here on council, business, and otherwise.
Mr. Mayor.
Just a quick
Coming down, you're next.
question for Mr. Reeves. Would you still be interested in this job in 2 or 3 weeks, or is it tonight or tonight only for you? I mean, because I think you're a great candidate and a great fit for it. But
As all of us know, when you publicly come out and say that you're willing to assist the city, Mr. Peters can attest to this, as all of you can. It's a very political position. But when you remove the ability to sit in there on a permanent basis, it does take some of the politics out. But when you give, like I said, it wasn't really noticed very well that you guys were accepting, applications. But I don't know. I'd have to give that some thought, Bryce. I really don't know. As you know, there's many people involved in politics in the city, and we're the closest to the people. We're not Matt Gates's group, and we're not the county group. We're at the city. We're the closest level of people. So I don't know. I'd have to give that some thought. I really don't know. I came as more of a service because I wanted to give you guys the opportunity, because I thought tonight you would be making a decision. I really don't know if I want to come back and do it again next week or in 2 weeks after Ms. Cobb makes a decision. I really don't know.
Well, it would really just be you to submit your resume to Terry like some of the other ones did, so we could all review them. But
it does take a little bit of that away from,
yeah.
I don't know.
And you don't need to submit a resume. You've been up here before, you know the city, so I have the utmost respect for you. I just think, we said earlier, win-win. To me, I really do think win-win is get someone in here, but I agree with you, maybe is only the interim, and you might get better applicants, I get it, but also a win is to just not rush. What's wrong with just taking a week?
That's why I'm here, because I wanted to give you guys cover and time to really think about who you're appointing. It's one of the most important things you can do. I regretted the few of the processes that I did with some of them. Mr. Peters is really one of the few that's here that can remember what we were doing that time back in 2010 and 9, and I just don't think that you guys realize, I know you were kind of part of the process when Mr. Peters came on, but you had the luxury of knowing and having him. It really becomes a different animal when you go into a serious headhunter type option and you've got a spreadsheet with, maybe 20 names on there, and you have to vet those guys, either with a citizens committee like some of us have talked about, or whether you want to do it yourselves. It's a big job. It's something you need to be focused on. It's not managing your interim guy. I mean, it'd be small things for me to handle, but there's small things and there's big things. For the interim guy, it's small things. For the guy who's going to make a career, but then you begin to address him with big things. Like I said, I came tonight because I thought we were going to make a decision. I didn't really have to think about whether I want to put myself out on the line to all the social media scrutiny and, Dennis Reeves, because let's face it, we all have friends and we all have some enemies in the city. You do, I do, we all do, that have been involved. And as you know, I have been very involved in the city. Not only behind the scenes, but also in the scenes.
Right.
So I have to give that some thought.
Whether you sit up here tomorrow or 3 weeks from now, that's coming.
That's right. That's exactly right. So I have to give that some thought. I appreciate the question.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Yeah, just making sure I was clear in my motion, but I'm missing out who this person is that is expecting to fill the interim, but also wants the full-time position. I hear a dialogue up here on the board that we've had previous city managers.
said that he would be interested in a full-time position if that were the will of the council. I think Mr. Armfield, when I talked to him, he was interested in the part-time and the full-time. So the people that are here that I've talked to, and I will tell you this, showing up to tonight's meeting would probably be a big indicator on you wanting the job, is kind of what I'm gauging that on.
But the motion just includes the current city attorney filling in.
Yeah, I get that. I don't want the city attorney filling in for the city manager. She's got a job. She doesn't need two jobs.
Okay.
That's just.
And that's new information. I just heard that there was the previous interim city managers have been a full-time, and I was just wanting to make sure that there was no misunderstanding that I think Ms. Kopp wants to be the full-time city manager or anything like that. I was just trying to figure out who this interim through the motion was the city attorney that could possibly be the full-time city attorney, because at this point that's the only candidate that's been discussed in that motion but I hear you now. You don't want the city attorney to do dual services and that. Okay, copy.
One job at a time is my opinion.
Mr. Meany.
Although Ms. Kopp is infinitely capable, Mr. Reeves is, I'm probably remembering incorrectly, but I believe he's one of the first that encouraged me to look at the city. So he's been intimately involved with the city for as long as I've known him. Mr. Jarrell, Mr. Johnson, everybody seems very capable of doing this, but doing it on a full-time basis, and that's what I would like to see is someone who's only going to be here until we can find those people, and it looks like we may have those people in our community. Maybe we don't have to even look out of state, but from my perspective, and I'm one of just one vote, is that I would like to see Mr. Reeves be appointed on an interim basis and us put our focus not on interim, but on full-time. And we have, in this chambers, very capable people of doing that maybe sooner than we think.
All right, Mr. Allegretto.
So I don't disagree with the idea that we appoint a city manager in an interim basis that is not interested in the job. I think that's actually a very sound philosophy, period. That doesn't account for the people that didn't know about it. Mr. Reeves just said this morning he received a phone call. It was not noticed, no one had any idea. We might have a better opportunity or option right here in our city. I'm not saying Mr. Reeves is not qualified. I'm just saying that we've led such an exhaustive search for previous city managers. We're going to lead an exhaustive search for a city manager. Mr. Schmidt's plan here obviously just takes out the opportunity that we're missing someone. Are we missing someone? Did someone not hear about it, just like Mr. Reeves said himself? Did someone else not receive a phone call this morning to come down here this evening and apply that's not interested in being the full-time city manager, that doesn't want the job, but just wants to come in and help the city out on an interim basis? And by us making a motion tonight, we're not giving anyone else that same opportunity that we're affording Mr. Reeves. Now, one of the other candidates as well ultimately might not be interested in the job. I do, however, agree with what you're saying. Let's hire somebody on an interim basis. Let's put that person in the job. I would love it if that person had previous city manager experience, as long as they don't want the job full-time. It does give us the opportunity to look at that job in a whole different way and say, hey, this person doesn't want the job, they're just there, and now we can look at the rest of the field individually. But to just make a rush to judgment tonight when we've not had any time to talk this through as a board here in the sunshine, when we are just tasked with giving direction to how we want to proceed with the entire search, I think is really unlike the council and its previous past actions that would say we want to think about things. We want to give everybody in the public an opportunity to participate in the process. So waiting 2 weeks until our next meeting on the 28th, giving the public 6 days to at least like apply for the job and say like, hey, I would be interested in helping out my city or the city I grew up in or whatever the case is. We might be missing all of those people. And we're saying, one got a phone call this morning, nobody else had the chance. So I will gladly support this motion. I agree, long-term, it's best to hire somebody that's not the interim city manager. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Mr. Smith?
I appreciate everything you said. We've been through this process before. Me and you, and I guess me and you and Schmidt. In that process, I vividly remember getting the applicants up here. And I vividly remember I was the only person that picked up the phone and called them. So to say that you don't remember that this council has done anything to this extent, the last time when we hired a city manager, nobody had the common decency to pick up the phone and call any of the applicants. The extent of the interaction with the applicants was right up here at this podium. So I don't necessarily agree with your assessment in that sense, but that being said, I don't want to sit here and spend my focus on an interim city manager. I think that we've got capable enough department heads and stuff like that they know how to run their departments. And I think that, having someone that has the intimate knowledge of our city and our city staff already as a safeguard there to help them with the things that they need would be smart, because I truly genuinely don't want to spend a bunch of time and effort into hiring an interim city manager than just to go hire another city manager on top of that. I'd rather spend my effort and time trying to find the best city manager that I can and let our people do what they do, which is their job, which is run their departments. So I appreciate you said, I agree with a lot that you said outside of the, you haven't seen this dais do this, because I don't know, my opinion is last time we were up here and we hired a city manager, I was the only one that picked up the phone and called anyone. So to say that this process is any more different than that, my opinion, would disagree with that.
Mayor, I would just like to respond that is not true.
Yeah.
We had an entire public meet and greet session with them. They never came in here and spoke to us before a dais. It was an entire thing. And you don't know for a fact that nobody called any of them or spoke to any of them outside of that thing. So I just don't think that's fair to say. I do respect what you have to say. I understand that you did more in that early process than anyone else. And I remember being impressed by you reaching out to them before there was just a final three, right? So if you're saying you're the only one that reached out to them before that final three, that could possibly be true. But it's also not true that nobody on this board at that time had any conversations with any of those city managers. That's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to go on the record as well. In the previous time, there was correspondence and communication with, the finalists three that were picked by the recruiting firm as well as our current interim at the time, and there was a linked conversation with those three applicants. So just want to make that on the record.
Mr. Walker.
If I remember, and we're talking about the same time, I was elected but not seated, and I too made some phone calls to a couple of them as well to try to get there. And but back to the motion that's at hand and the process that we're going through. Obviously, Jeff, we've accepted his resignation, an early resignation, and there was no discussion then during that time about the speed of which we would need to do these things. I was dreading it. If this motion passes, I still dread it. I think that a direct path that's available to us right now, is it seems that there is, and I know it's not the motion, but it's in the discussion, that there is a candidate here that seems to have the support and has the intimate knowledge and has been here for the long term. I won't be supporting this motion, and I'm ready to get it to a vote.
Okay. You have the motion. City Council has had the discussion. The motion on the floor is to have the city attorney assume the position of interim city manager from January 24th through February 11th. That's the motion on the floor. Council, please vote. right. Motion not carried.
That being said, I'll make a motion to hire Dennis Reeves as an interim city manager for no longer than 180 days, or the hire of a full-time city manager, whichever comes first.
Just to note, the charter requires us to do 90 days at a time, so that's consistent with your motion, but for him to know, it's going to be 90 days, and then if needed, another 90 days.
I'll second that motion.
It's been moved by Councilman Smith, seconded by Councilwoman DeBerry to hire Dennis Reeves as the interim city manager for a period of 90 days, not to exceed 180 days, or the hire of the new permanent city manager.
Yeah, you asked why the rush. He's interested now. He doesn't know if he's going to be interested in 2 weeks. Let's give it a shot. If we got the votes, we do. If we don't, then we'll figure something else out.
Mr. Smith?
Yeah, sometimes I get caught around the axle of the principle, so obviously I'll be, ultimately what the majority of council supports, I'll be supporting and looking forward to continuing on business, whatever it may be. Nothing, yeah, I made my statements clear, so thank you.
Mr. Meade?
To your point, I would, not you, Mr. Allegretto, I would normally agree with more time and more vetting and more options. But because it's Mr. Reeves and because I've known him the amount of time I've known him, I know his dedication to the city, and I know that he always has been and continues to be involved with city affairs, and he's well aware, I would assume he is, of department heads, etc. The learning curve is just going to be much different, so I will be supporting Mr. Reeves. And I do believe the other folks that are here are qualified to be applicants for the full-time position. I mean, these resumes are really outstanding, so I hope that we can, if this passes, move immediately to focusing, laser focusing, not on temporary, but on full-time city manager positions.
Mr. Jeter?
Yeah, like Councilman Schmidt, will also support the motion. That's the will of the council. I wish the process would have gone different, but like we said in that too, I think it doesn't mean that we didn't get the best person who wants to be the interim. And ultimately, the end goal in this is to get a great city manager, short term and long term. We all have different ways of getting there, but hopefully that's where we're going. So,
thanks, sir. Other comments?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
I'm not going to support the motion at all. That's not to say that I don't support Mr. Reeves or think that he's a qualified person to be an interim city manager, but we're not offering the opportunity at all to the public, to anyone that's interested, to be the city manager in an interim basis. We never put any qualifications on this. We never put it out to the public. Mr. Reeves himself said he didn't know about it until this morning when he received a phone call from members of the community. And here we are today saying he's going to be the interim city manager. I agree we should not hire a city manager that wants the job as an interim city manager. That doesn't mean that person has to be specifically Mr. Reeves. And to not even wait 2 weeks to find out if someone else is interested in the job, I think is failing our citizens. So I'm not going to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Mr. Smith?
I would just say to that, you know, if we had a staff member on staff that we were going to appoint the interim city manager, we'd be sitting here doing the same thing right now. So it's not that much different in that aspect, but I do think with, you know, like I said, the intimate knowledge that he has with the issues that we're going to be facing here shortly, I just personally think it's in the best interest of us to move on.
All right, everyone's council, please vote. And it does pass 6-1.
So just on that note, so we'll bring his contract then on the 28th, and I'll get your contact information. Great.
Thank you, Council.
Okay. So item 12.7, city manager recruitment and selection process.
All right, so we're on to phase 2 of the process in terms of bringing something on permanently for the city. So prior, we used a company called Bazinger & Associates. I have Steve Sorrell, you want to come on up here, Steve, and kind of talk about the process. So again, we've signed a contract, we're ready to move forward with Daisy and Associates. They are intimately involved with the last process in terms of bringing the city manager on board. They have a lot of the documentation all ready to go, and I'm going to be working with Steve this week to finalize everything to get advertised and to reach out to the next city manager. He can basically, what we'd like to do tonight is kind of set up the process, and I'll let Steve take it from here towards meeting with council, because again, we want to try and do this as timely as possible. So we'd like to set up an opportunity for him to meet with each council member, kind of come up with a game plan, what you're looking for, line up the minimum qualifications again, and then get the ball rolling on here. So I'll let Steve kind of fill in where we're at, and we'll kind of go from there.
I don't know if I want to talk or not. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, thanks for having me here and thanks for letting me talk to you. We'll operate this process very similar to the way we did the last time when Mr. Stevens was hired. Process will take between 90 and 120 days. Okay, we'll do a national search and we'll get applications from all over the country for you. Moreover, we have a file of about 10,000 names of people who have been in this type of work before. We'll go through that file, and we'll find out people in there who may be interested, we'll contact them, and we'll put that all together. Before we do any of that though, we want to meet with each and every one of you. I do. I want to meet with you, because I want to know what you want. I need to know what kind of person you're looking for, what kind of requirements you're going to put on, so that we can go ahead and make sure during our process that we get somebody that you want, because we're going to get you some great candidates. The first month, probably according to the preliminary schedule, first month we're going to be doing we'll get the brochure together, Terry mentioned that, and get that all together, get it ready to go out and advertise. Probably in February then we'll actually be doing the recruitment. And when we do that, we'll get a lot of names. Some of them you'll never see. Some of them you will. And then in March, I'll be going through that information, and I'll go through every single resume that we get. I'll look at those, the good ones, I'll contact them. I'll call them, I'll talk to them, I'll interview them, and I'll do a preliminary background search. The reason why I do that is because if they've been doing something they shouldn't have been doing, if they've been in trouble or anything else, it'll be out there. And you'll never see that name, because I'll never send it along. So I'll get that together, and then probably late March and in April is when the process will probably come to culmination. We'll bring those candidates to you, along with a very comprehensive background search on every single candidate that we recommend. By very comprehensive, I mean we'll do criminal, we'll do credit, we'll do reference checks, we'll do everything. And you'll know everything there is to know about that candidate. If I find something through the process that doesn't fit our requirements, has the firm requirements, you're not going to see that person. You'll never hear from them. Also, if somebody doesn't meet the requirements that's established by City Council for the particular person, you won't see that person. So we'll do all that work for you up front. We'll get all the lists together, and you'll get a packet of information. It'll be very voluminous. And it'll be, I don't know how many candidates we'll have, probably between 5 and 12 that you'll get. And then what we'll do is we'll get those into you, and you can make the decisions. You can decide if you want to interview them personally, if you want to bring them in a public meeting, or however you want to do it, and we can work that out as we go along. I believe the last time you did the individual interviews, and then they came in, did collective interviews. We had a meet and greet session. We'll probably recommend all that again. That works really well because it gets the public involved and allows you to get feedback from your constituents. So that works well. And then the final candidate selection by you will be sometime in April, first part of April. That's the way it looks right now. Any questions?
Any questions for Steve?
Travis had one. Yes, sir. Some of the faces I recognize.
So when we did this last time, we actually, we got a bunch of candidates. Would it be best to probably exclude a majority of the candidates off the list that applied last time outside of, our top 3? Because if they didn't make our top 3 last time, I don't imagine that they would make our top 3 this time. So if we can go ahead and not waste our time on the people that applied last time and didn't get into the top 3, I think it would be probably more beneficial and efficient for you to get us the best candidates that we possibly could find.
We can take a look at that and see. To be honest with you, the top candidates, we probably all got other jobs by now. Because really good top candidates don't last long.
I'm saying our top 3 candidates. I don't know if they were great or not, but
Well,
Top two.
you're
Top-
probably going to
top
have to
two or
tell
top
me, Terry,
three.
tell me who the top 3 were from yours. Our top candidates, when we recommend to you, most of them will already have a job. It happens that way. Because they're qualified, they've got good background research and everything, and people just want to hire them.
all right, so are we saying we should just exclude all of them then?
No, don't do that. We'll take a look at it, and I'll get with Terry and see who your top 3 were, and then we'll see who we get applied, so on.
Yeah, I don't want to waste your time, their time, anybody else's time, because I want to get this thing done as quick as we can.
Yeah, I did a search recently, Pascagoula. I had a lot of really good candidates there, and I'll be calling a couple of them because I know that they want to come to this area. And one was from Michigan, one was from northern Alabama. They were both great candidates. I don't know. They were both being interviewed for other jobs, so I don't know if they'd be interested or not. So, yes, we'll take a look at that, and really, just direction, when I meet with you, I'd like direction from each of you on really what you're looking for, so I can try to assemble that into our recruitment process and try to get the candidates you want.
Mr. Schmidt?
Yeah, to piggyback off of Mr. Smith, I really like that Del Martin guy. I mean, if he is available, and to kind of his point, not to discredit the scope of services that you provide or anything like that, but he may still be employed at the spot that he took. He may not be, but I would like to go on the record of actively recruiting him.
What's his name again, please?
Mr. Del Martin.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's hired, I can tell you that, but I don't know if he's still employed.
Yeah, and I ran into a couple of the guys, one's in Jacksonville working, the other one's down in Newport Richie. So I've seen him at some of the insurance meetings, they're already employed. But I'll scrub the names and I'll work with him. And the top 3, we'll find out if they're available, and I'll make sure we get them on the list.
Awesome.
Yeah, Mr. Martin was hired almost immediately. I can tell you that. He was a good candidate. And several of the other guys were too. There was a couple other candidates, I don't remember the names right off the top, but they were picked up real quick. And that's normal.
All right. Any other questions from council for Steve?
You can call me at any time. Terry will have my number. You can text me. You can send me an email anytime if you want. I'll be glad to communicate with each of you, but I want to meet with you individually. Whenever you can set it up, Terry will probably set this up if you don't mind, and I'll come back over and meet with each of you in 30 minutes, 60 minutes, whatever you want. And so I can get feedback from you on what you want so we can get that into the recruitment process, because I'm going to get questions from the really good candidates. They will do the background work on you, let me tell you. The good candidates will do background work on you. The bad candidates won't care, they just want a job. But they'll be asking all kinds of questions, they will have done all kinds of internet research on you, that tells me they're a good candidate. And they're going to ask me about you, they're going to ask all different kinds of questions about Fort Walton Beach, and I'm fortunate enough to live close to here, so I can pretty much answer all that. That's just kind of the way the system works.
Thanks, sir. Again, questions from council for Steve?
I hope you'll turn around and see a number of good applicants behind you, so maybe you can interact with them before you leave town.
Yes, sir. Anybody that needs to apply, it'll be in the brochure soon. I'll have them, get them the information so they can apply. And then we'll consider them with all the rest. And if there's somebody you want in the process, the council member wants in the process, and council agrees, we can include them in there for your consideration. Then you can always accept or not accept them at the point.
Anyone from the public wish to comment on this? See, council, it's back to you for a motion.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you. Council, may we get a motion for recruitment and selection process?
Mr. Mayor, I'd make a motion to accept staff recommendation to City Council to hire Colin Basinger and Associates for the search for qualified candidates and proceed with the recruitment and selection process as presented.
Second.
Is that a second? Okay. It's been moved by Councilman Walker and seconded by Councilman Smith to hire Colin Basinger and Associates to do the recruitment process for our city manager vacancy. Any further comments? 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 Council, please vote. Does pass unanimously. Thank you, Council.
And
That'll bring us to item 13, City Manager reports.
Can I get one word in real quick?
Yes, sir.
And I'll reach out to you guys immediately, probably starting tomorrow, to try and line up so we can get these scheduled as soon as we can go into the next week. Okay? Thanks.
Thanks, Terry. All right, now item 13, City Manager reports. Mr. Peters.
Thank you, Mayor. As you can see in the backup on the agenda, the City Council special meeting is Tuesday, January 28th at 5 p.m. Executive session with Jackson Land Company versus City of Fort Walton Beach, 5 p.m. Followed by a regular council meeting at 6 p.m. I did want to make an announcement. Chief Page passed this on. The Fort Walton Beach Police Civilians Academy is going on January the 9th through February 27th, every Thursday from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. at 7 Hollywood Boulevard. Just passing that on.
Thanks, sir. Ms. Cobb.
Nope, just one clarification on the interim city manager contract. I'm going to assume that it will be okay for him to start prior to the contract, because since Jeff leaves on Friday, that gives him 2 days, Monday and Tuesday. He can work and we can make the contract retroactive so he gets paid for those 2 days. That's my intent. I just wanted to be transparent with the council so that we have a city manager on those 2 days. So,
Thank you.
Yeah,
thanks.
Thank you. And do you have a report besides that?
No.
Okay. All right, so we're up to Mayor and Council final comments, and I think we started tonight with Mr. Walker.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Start out with a couple of thank yous. Once again, can't thank Bobby Neighbors enough for that recommendation, the clarity that provided for us there in that process. That was a great idea. Thank you, Bobby. Thank you, Mr. Versetti and Jeff both for responding to the citizen that wrote me and maybe other, I'm not sure, but on a code enforcement issue. Thank you for that quick follow-up with him, and I know it means a lot to them. Nicole, looking for financial, how's ClearGov?
We actually just closed period 12 Friday, and ClearGov on the 16th, but I think it's Thursday, they should be done uploading period 12.
I went there and looked at it tonight before I came in and just clicked on it and looked at the, the columns and some of them. It is reporting.
It should be reporting through period 11, which is August.
I took a picture of it because I was like, I can't tell. I mean, I'm not a fan of the ClearGov presentation. As weird as it is, I really like the spreadsheets. But so let me just look at that picture because I think I had a question for. There it is. It shows actual. It says actual, and it doesn't say actual through 11 or anything else. So that kind of leads into my next question. Looking for where are you and Jeff and or others evaluating the charter amendment, the caps that we've been talking about?
Yeah, I'm hoping to come bring it back in February. Now that we closed period 12, I feel more comfortable using those numbers than period 11.
Using those for the...
We still have period 13, but that'll be minimal, less minimal. That'll be done by March. But
so the first meeting in February, you'll be bringing back...
I'm hoping to, yes, yes.
Okay. And then, yep, that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. One other one, and just Jeff and Ms. Kopp both written about that charitable donation. I've copied council on it, but my intention is after the last meeting, I notified you to drop my insurance, and my intention now is to use that money that would have otherwise been set aside for my use, either in the form of a stipend or the insurance, for it to go back to the community. And I know that you've expressed some, and Nicole, I believe you did as well, some problems with getting a W-9 and using that money directly to them. So she said Jeff Burns has reached out to me.
I can address it now, though.
Okay.
I was going to ask him for the IRS implications because he's
Sure.
very skilled in taxes. But if the council is going to do that, you all would need to pass a resolution at least, or at least a vote, discussing the public purpose because
Sure.
you're using public funds,
Sure.
and authorizing the city to pay it that way. Otherwise, the city can just pay you and you can donate it directly to the charity.
Right, and
So-
I'd rather it be the first way than the second way, but I would take it. But I did bring a motion with me tonight.
Go for it.
Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to allow council members who elect to forego the compensation of the monthly stipend and insurance coverage to direct those funds to nonprofits of the council members' choosing. Any council member who chooses to forego said compensation will be required to provide staff W-9s for said nonprofits 2 weeks prior to the end of the month to allow staff time to set up nonprofit as a payee. I know there's some technical stuff. Failure to provide staff the W-9 2 weeks prior may cause check presentation to be delayed to the next month. Council members will inform staff prior to deadline for agenda submissions whether the recipient plans to receive the check at council meetings or whether council member will personally deliver the check. I want to take this opportunity to take the money. I've not heard from anybody in the citizens, from citizens, residents, voters, not heard from anyone complaining about the extension of compensation through September. So that being the case,
You're still going to need a vote of the council on the specific charity to show that it's a public purpose. You can't just say, I want it to go to any charity because you're talking about, the taxpayer.
Okay, I'd like to withdraw my motion at this time and then come back to council after further discussion with you and you on how to set this up, because that's what I want to do. I did just say through September. That compensation and stipend is going to continue through September of 25. Is that correct? Is that
The council members that are still on.
correct? Okay, gotcha. All right, thank you. I'll withdraw that and present it at another time.
I would recommend making a call to Jeff Burns and I mean, he's going to know more all the guidelines than me if he's,
But that surprised me there, which is fine. I mean, it'll just have to be a procedure that gets implemented, that if I want to donate the funds that would have been coming to me to a nonprofit, I'll need to have a vote by council that it goes to that.
It's an expenditure of public funds.
Correct.
So, yes.
Gotcha.
Right now, that expenditure is to the council members elected by
Got it.
people.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So you're changing.
Yes, thank you.
All right. Mr. Allegretto.
Thank you, Mayor. Just quickly, big thanks again to Jeff and his family for being here as well, and everything you've done for the community. I know we said it earlier, but I want to reiterate that again, and best of luck. And I know you'll do great things for the county, man. The parks could definitely use some work and some expansion, and I know that you're supremely qualified to be the best person to do that work, so thank you again. And Chief Beige, thank you for all your hard work tonight in putting together that camera situation. I know we made you jump through a couple of hoops there, but I think they were important hoops to jump through, and I know you'd agree with that, but I think that's going to be a really good thing for the community and the neighborhoods that have schools in them. Mr. Reeves, congratulations on your appointment. Again, I didn't agree with the process. I didn't vote against you as a person or being qualified, but I just didn't agree with that process at all, and I would vote that way regardless who was sitting there. So appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, sir. Mr. Berry.
Yes, thank you all the candidates that came here to offer your time as interim manager. I really appreciate that. That takes a lot. And I appreciate that. And it's good to see Mr. and Mrs. Peters. It's been a long time. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff. And I wish you all the well.
Thank you.
And I want to say thank you also, Chief Beige, for all the work that you did with the school. Like I said, I get calls weekly, sometimes several daily, and I lost a dear friend at Wright and Holmes in an auto accident with a speeder, and that was hard to take. And thank you for that, and thank you Public Works for picking up all our stuff during January. I really, really appreciate that. The people are saying thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Jeter.
I just thank you to the Peters family again. I know we can all say it over and over and over again, but you're doing great in Crestview. I know you're going to do great at the county. You know, you did great here for many years. So I just piggyback on what Councilman Schmidt said earlier. This is win-win, blessing in disguise. We are certainly going to miss you. You can't be replaced, but there's brighter days ahead. And thank you all for all your family does for the community.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Meade?
I agree. I keep hearing good things about the city of Crestview, so congratulations on what you're doing. Jeff, thank you for everything. We appreciate it. And of course, the legacy of what y'all have done for the city in the years gone past. Thank you. Thank you for being here. To Mr. Walker's motion that was tossed out earlier, I would like to address, if you could, when you bring it back, if residents have issues with religious or otherwise political conflicts with the donations, how we address those.
Yeah, I think there'll be some issues with expenditures of public funds on those types of things, so that's another reason it's going to take conversation. But I think I'll have a one-on-one conversation with Councilmember Walker, and
I'm not saying I disagree with it, but that's when, as I said here, it comes to mind, there are some things that the public, that donating that money to could conflict with other people's religious or otherwise beliefs. So I would hope we could keep that in mind. Also, I would like for our future agenda items to address the charter amendments. If not, I know I'm only here for a short period of time, but I think that we always have a financial section of our agenda items, but I think that we need to begin addressing how these charter amendments are impacting every single item that we make a decision on. That's something that we have changed in our charter, and I think that we need going forward to address every single one of them, because we're a few months into this, and I'm concerned how we are or aren't addressing it. So I'm not suggesting we're not, but I think every decision we make, we have to be mindful of these new constraints upon which we operate. So hopefully we can incorporate that into our agenda.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Schmidt?
Yes, a couple questions. Mr. Payne, I got a phone call today. Striping east of Eglin Parkway, Hollywood, east of Eglin Parkway. What is the process, or do we already have that road in some type of schedule?
It would be in the general resurfacing area.
Okay.
We have and have cent sales tax. We can look at it. It's a long section. If it's the whole thing, or there's a CRA section that we have that we recently paid probably about, 8 years ago. I'm assuming maybe east of that, but we can take a look and maybe see, is it lack thereof or faded, I'm assuming?
It's a great question. I haven't evaluated it. I got the phone call this afternoon, but whatever you evaluate, what you recommend, we can do that. We can do, yeah. Awesome. And I got a few other questions too. I know the hour's getting late, but Mr. Peters and Ms. Kopp and whatever, conversation we have here in the council, help me process this transition. We got a few big projects. We got the landing, we got the rec center expansion, around the mound and a couple, but let's start with the rec center expansion. What does that look like as you transition out with new legislation, those kind of things?
Yeah, so the Scott Jenkins that was in here earlier was the engineer on that, doing the design plans on that. Daniel and Tiffany and myself worked on that with him. The design plans are complete. We rejected those bids a couple of months ago. Came back and kind of upgraded a lot of the electrical and everything, kind of finalized those plans. The plans are ready to go out. The question for council is, with the charter amendments that passed, there's a cap on the operation. So what council, I would suggest council and the staff and whatnot kind of look at projects that we have on the horizon, whether it be design plans completed, small projects, large projects, whatever it may be. If it's going to affect the operational and go over that cap, you got to take that into consideration. So the last thing the city wants to do is send out design plans and bring it an award and say, hey, we can't. It's going to take us over the cap, and then deny all the people that submitted bids on that. So I think those answers need to be done before moving forward with those projects on how they're going to impact, and if they are. There may be some that doesn't, like Liza Jackson Park, Travis and I talked about the other day. Liza Jackson Park is there. We're going to do some upgrades and stuff, but the operational impact is probably, flat to an extent. Adding an athletic complex of 12 acres, there's going to be an operational impact. So was the intention to, we have half-cent sales tax funds and TDC funds that we have to spend. Was the intention of those funds to be able, to do good projects, you gotta take care of them. So if the intention was utilizing those two funds, which those are an exemption, utilizing those funds, but you gotta be able to maintain it, finding that, and that may be with the city attorney through an ordinance or something, making some type of a decision on council is what you do with that, before moving forward with a gigantic project like that. The landing is in phase 3 has been awarded. Phase 4, the design plans are done. It includes both parking, the existing parking lot, the parking lot that council just approved at the last meeting with the Normans, a little trellis section in the front, parking, a trailer, courtyard, 2 bathrooms. That'll be coming forward to council hopefully in the next couple of meetings. Those are done. With the funds for that was, we've got CRA funds for that. We've got half-cent sales tax funds. And there's been restore grant funds, DEP funds that we've spent on that. So that's obviously a 12, 13-year project that's been going on, and that one's well on its way.
So what I'm interpreting is we need to set policy through an ordinance at some point before we really know the impacts of the Liza Jackson maintenance, the landing maintenance, the rec center expansion maintenance, all these community projects that we have, not only we here on this board, but the community has been sold on. What I'm hearing us say is we need to kind of fine tune the policy through ordinance, or do we?
Yeah, I think that maybe the definitions or something, this has been a couple of months, but I think it's something, open discussion is what needs to happen. Just because I think everybody needs to be on the same page when you talk about a project, especially that one, that's large.
Because I guess where I'm going with this, I guess where I'm going with this is whether it's the FDOT grant or the rec center expansion, I just not there's a sense of urgency where we got to make a decision tonight, but as you transition out, I don't want to slow down some of these projects that staff has worked hard to get the design product to this point, including Liza Jackson, including the landing, and including the rec center and others. Just something for us to think about as we carry on, whatever the next steps are, whether it's defining some things through ordinance or policy, or like Mr. Mead mentioned a little while ago, some of the budget impacts that each agenda item has. But those are some big projects I'd like to see us continue to push through, while still understanding, as the scales weigh out in different directions, what are the operational impacts that are going to do with the rest of the services throughout the city. But I wanted to start that conversation, and maybe not finish it tonight at 10 o'clock, but that we need to highly consider. That's it, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I just follow up and thank Jeff for everything he's done for the city. And again, I wish you luck at the county. I know you're going to do a good job there, and I look forward to anything that we can work with you guys together on to, just improve the overall area. Excited to get this new city manager, deal up and running and get someone hired as quick as we can. Because unfortunately the world doesn't stop moving for anybody and anything. So as much of a daunting task as it's going to be, and we wish that we were not going through it, I just wish we hopefully can get through it the quickest that we can. Any of you guys that are here that were looking for the interim job and that were also interested in the permanent job, absolutely please apply. I think the resumes that we have seen that were submitted to us, I know in my own business there's a couple of them that I would hire right now tonight for the permanent job, but I might tend to lean a little bit more towards Mr. Allegretto in the sense of the permanent job. We should probably take our time and be thorough to an extent. So I appreciate you guys showing up. It means a lot to me. I think when somebody shows up for a job that they're looking for, it kind of shows me that you want it, and I want somebody that wants to want this job. I want you to want to be at the city of Fort Walton Beach, because if you don't have that, then nothing else matters, in my opinion. So I want someone that wants to be here, and this is the only place that they want to be. So please apply, and we'll be looking forward to getting everything underway, and hopefully we can get this thing wrapped up as quick as we possibly can. Thank you, Mayor.
Yes, sir. Well, I want to thank Gene and Candy Peters for being here tonight, as well as Brady, as we honored Jeff for 20 years of dedicated service. It goes without saying, I want to thank you, Jeff, for the whole 20 years. The city's loss is the county's gain. We wish you the very, very best. Godspeed, and we're adjourned.